you can define all the things. So you can put it as a small iframe, and you can bring that data, and you can integrate in your application. But this is you see here, this is one application what we have given to the people, and where the work inspectors or the assistant engineers, they will go to the field and they will collect some information from the mobile phone what is being developed by us, and that data whatever we are having, that will be again shared in the Bhuvan environment, and it will be again given to the next level of people. They will do some kind of moderation, then they will do the moderation, whatever the moderated points will be available to the next level of people. So that way this Bhuvan can be used as a platform for doing the various governance activity. So now if you see that this particular example, here you can select any particular state. For example, I am taking Nellore as the example. Then what you can do it, you can go to the corresponding division. So again, I will take this time, division name is Kavali, I will take it. Then you go to Kouru. So you are going to that subdivision. So when you are selecting all these things, you will have an option to see whether what is the house condition, whether it is a not started or below basement level or lintel level, roof level, roof cost and roof cost. Like that you have all these options. So you can select any particular thing, or what you can do, you can go for a all option. Now you can see that we have reached up to Kovoor, and it is visible like Kovoor. And now I want to see only the basement level. You can click the basement level. Now if you see that, you simply say view. So what will happen, all these data sets, whatever is available for that area, it will come and it will be visible here. So now here what is the thing what I would like to share with you is, this particular application is developed with the collaboration of State Housing Corporation of Andhra Pradesh and Bhuvan. So you can see that Bhuvan logo, and you can also see the State Housing Corporation logo. So what we have enabled, we have provided the platform to the people to create the data and to share the data. So whatever the data created and share the data, it will be available on the Bhuvan application. Then whatever the analysis and other modules what whatever you want to have it, that can be developed on this particular platform, so that they can see that what is the progress of each and every work, and even each and every person, how many points they have collected, and all the and third, Bhuvan is a platform one can share the data. So whatever data you are having, you can share the data in the Bhuvan. Then fourth, Bhuvan is a platform where you can host your data. Sharing is you push the data to Bhuvan and it will be visible. Another one is host. You want to take Bhuvan service and you want to consume your Bhuvan service and you want to host some data from your local environment. How to do it? That is important. So for that only, as I have mentioned you that Bhuvan is enabled with all OGC services. You can take the service and you can put in your application and you can share it with the people. How would that? Here you see that the IMD, Indian Meteorological Society, Indian Meteorological Department, what they have done is they have taken our Bhuvan service. Here you can see that. So you know that the meteorological related information will be pushed by the IMD, and one such example is fog. So what is the fog related information and what is the thunderstorm related information? That is generated in their server and that is being served from their server. So now here if you see that, that's why you can see that this particular IP is belong to our IMD people, and you can see that IMD logo and all IMD related thing. But here you can see that there is one box. This box you can see what it will be done. Maybe once on the successful load of this page, this box will be now loaded with the Bhuvan map. Here you can see that this entire page is IMD page, and all the data whatever is coming, it is for that what you need is you should have a internet connectivity and you should have a web server in your system because you are going to host the data. So for that, you have your, right now we have given you Apache web server, which you can install in your thing. So you need internet connectivity because you need a connection from Bhuvan, so that the Bhuvan data will be fetched and it will be put up in your interface. Then you should have your latitude, longitude, all the things which you can overlay it on Bhuvan. So like this, you can do it. So that way, you have to do all these things. For that, all these interface and all these open layer, dynamic web, or dynamic if you search in Google, you can find out, and it is basically a JavaScript API for application. So whenever there are some methods to call that, if you want to call the an environment for creating the dynamic map, that dynamic map, one of entire thing is developed using OpenLayer APIs only. So you can also take it and you can develop it. And all our Bhuvan services are OGC compliant services, and you can take it and you can integrate in your application. So that is the bottom line before we proceed to the our exercise. You have the thing, whatever yesterday we have given to you. Whatever yesterday we have mailed you, that you have put it in the laptop. No.
ప్రొజెక్టర్ కనెక్ట్ చేయాలా? ఇది కనెక్ట్ చేయాలా ఇది?
ఇది కనెక్ట్ చేయాలి.
దీనికి కనెక్ట్ చేయాలి. అప్లికేషన్ దీంట్లో ఉంది. ఏది కనెక్షన్ ఏది కనెక్ట్ చేస్తుంది?
అది కనెక్ట్ చేస్తాం.
అది కనెక్ట్ చేసి ఇక్కడ తీసుకున్నానికి
లేదు అప్పుడు అదే ఇది ఇంతకుముందు క్లాస్
ఇదే డెస్క్ బాగుంటుంది. డిఫాల్ట్ ఇక్కడ తీసుకుంటే రోజు చెప్తాను శాలరీ లేదు, శాలరీలు అంటే 50 వరకు పడతాం. అవునా? ఎవరి
అకౌంటెంట్ కాల్ చేసే ఇక్కడ
వైఫై తీసేసి
ఏమైంది మాట్లాడారా? నెట్
వాడు ఆడిస్తాడు.
మరి ఎట్లా ఇప్పుడు?
కేబుల్ కార్డు ఏందా? కేబుల్ తీసుకుని అప్లై చేసుకుని డిజేబుల్ లేదు.
హలో, రూమ్ 3.
Incredible.
రూమ్ 1. రూమ్ 1 ఎవరు ఉన్నారు? రాఫీ, రూమ్ 1.
పెంచు సార్, వినిపిస్తుంది, చెప్పండి సార్, చెప్పండి సార్.
సార్
ఆర్గనైజర్ కూడా ఇచ్చేసి.
సిస్టమ్ అందరే ఆర్గనైజర్. మీ దగ్గర అంతే
మైక్ మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి మీరు.
But these are all things you told, na? API.html, search.html. These fellows are already there. WMS.
Bhuvan WM is all HTML. Sets.html it is not.
Okay. These fellows only, no? Search.html there. I will copy and replace it. Okay.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yes.
Welcome back again. There was a delay. Now, what we have done is, I have already mailed to your instructors that for this exercise you should have 3 components. One is HTTP, your Apache web server. The second is Notepad++ for anyway you might have used already for editing all the thing. Then the third is the OpenLayer API, which you can download it from internet also, but I have downloaded and given to them so that you can directly take it. That is the 3 components I have put it. Now, once you have to establish this one, anyway, it is a simple thing. You can directly install the HTTP Apache web server. Then if any other applications are running in the same port, it will not allow you to access. So that's why you can see this port. If any other application is running on 80, then you can change this port number so that it will take the new port. Then you can stop and restart your Apache server. So it will be taken care. That is your point 1. Point 2 is what right now what I have done. I have taken that OpenLayer API, and OpenLayer API I have just renamed as APSSDC. It is just renamed and put inside the htdocs. What you can do anyway, you are familiar that whatever you are keeping in your htdocs, it will be accessible in the web environment, because the htdocs is nothing but your virtual directory and it is having the permission to do all the things. Similar way, you can keep your APSSDC somewhere outside also in C drive or D drive or E drive. That virtual directory you can assign it as a you can assign it in your Apache so that that can be accessible. But for a quick thing, I have just directly put inside your htdocs folder so that you can easily do it, because that is not our interest how to configure all these things. I just place it in the APSSDC folder. Here, when I am going here, first when I am typing simply localhost, what it is doing, it is trying to connect some other page and it is trying to bring the browser.php. So what it is basically doing, it is doing it is trying to read what is that index.php or what is defined in that root directory, that what when people are accessing what should be available. So that's why what it is doing, it is connecting to your index.php or browser.php. Okay, that is the default page. It is defined to this domain, and it is bringing and it is putting that. But it is not our page. What we have to access? We have to access APSSDC. So now I am typing APSSDC. Now I could see all these pages like OpenLayer, then example, IMG, nodes, test, tools, all these things. Why all are visible here? Why all are visible? Huh? Any answer? Something called, you know that is something called as symlinks or follow links. So when you are reading your hardening your Apache or your web server, something, you know that a directory browsing. Yes, please tell me, what is directory browsing? Why are you laughing at? He is a whistleblower for this meeting. So he told that yes, he knows what is directory browsing. We need people like him. Whether you know it or not, somebody should volunteer and they should tell that yes, something I have heard about directory browsing. You can sit down here. No, you don't need to answer also. You sit down. I'll answer on behalf of you. You see that something called option follow symlinks, allow override none, order deny allow, deny from all. So like this you have set of parameters. So that is the one thing. What happened when you are going to this htdocs, you see that option indexes follow symlinks, allow override none, order allow deny allow from all. So since it is allow from all, when you are typing APSSDC, it is allowing you to access from everybody. If you put a deny from all or order deny comma allow, it will not allow. Then why is that allow or deny, all these things are coming to the picture? You want to restrict this application for a simple browsing. And if you want to deny your directory listing, once you deny your directory listing, you will not have this kind of listing of all these things. So that's why none of your web page should show this kind of thing when you are developing. That is very, very important. What happened? I have given the URL called ftp:/bhuvan-ftp.nrc.gov.in because it is a FTP link. You have to type FTP. If you type HTTP, what it will do? There is no HTTP application running in that server. It will redirect. It will show Bhuvan because you are not allowed to access HTTP in that server. So that is the way. If you want to deny all these things, you have to deny your directory browsing or directory listing. You search in your Google what is directory browsing or directory listing or what is follow symlinks, all the things you will get all the meaning, all the answer. So since it is a default thing, it is coming and it is listing out all the things. Okay, na? That is the lesson what we will learn from this one. Okay, so now what we will do, what is our next thing is, I want to show you that some of the existing application. How to do it? Go to examples. Here you can see that a lot of examples are there. And but our main examples, whatever I would like to show you, only 3-4 examples that I will show you. Then we can take one by one. The first example is, I'll show you that Bhuvan WMS.html. What it is showing, I will explain you step by step. Then we can understand each and everything. Our first thing is, I told that whenever we want to develop an application, we need some kind of interface or programming interface or API we want to have it. I told that OpenLayer is the API, the JavaScript API, which provide you to create a dynamic maps or dynamic web page. It is giving the facility to do all these things. So first you have to connect to your API. That what are all the functions or what are all the methods, what are all the features it is giving, it should be done. So here if you see that I have connected script library openlayer.js. Openlayer.js is your JavaScript API which is providing the facility to create your dynamic maps. Why we put a dot library, then openlayer.js? It is available in my local machine. If you want to connect to Bhuvan, then you have to use http :/bhuvan.nrc.gov.in/openlayer.js, something you have to call like that. Since it is in my local system, I am putting like this. Then, if you see that we are initializing some parameters to create the map. So what are all the things we are initializing? We want to have one map. So map is nothing but your container. What is my container? What it will have it? That we have to have it. So now you may have a question that what is this container? What exactly this will do? Here if you see that when I am clicking this Bhuvan, I am having one area. This is my map area. You see that wherever my mouse is moving, so wherever the India is there, this is your map area. That is nothing but your map div. That map division, that is that is this one. Here if you see that we have to assign that map. How to create that map, how to initialize that map, that is called openlayer.map. When you are defining openlayer.map, it will create you the container. It will create you a framework. Now, what we want to do, once you have created a container, in that container, you have to add some property or some layers or some function you have to add it to that container. So for that, you can see that when I have created a container called map, on that map, I want to add the layer called OL_WMS. That for that, what I am using? I am using map.addLayer. Okay, you have a container, you are adding one layer, so that is called map.addLayer. That variable we are calling OL_WMS. So that OL_WMS we are adding to the map. Okay, that is all right. Now, what is that OL_WMS? For that, I have told you, Bhuvan is enabling all OGC web services. To call that OGC services, you should have minimum 3 parameters. What is the parameter? One is layer URL. What is the layer URL? You should know. Then, second is what is the layer name? What is this layer URL and what is the layer name? Like any HTTP, when you are typing like that. What is the domain name of Google? You know that www.google.com. That is my domain name. If you want to access Bhuvan, bhuvan.nrc.gov.in. Like that, you should know what is the URL. You have to understand that what is the service available. Like in our service requester, I told you, in the triangle, service requester, service provider, service catalog. So service catalog is nothing but it will have all the information, whether Bhuvan or Google or Rediff or Yahoo, anything, everything will be available in your service catalog. So service requester will send first the request to the service catalog and what all things are available. Once the service catalog is understandable by the service requester, then service requester directly will send a request to your service provider and they will get the information. That service provider URL you should know. That is nothing but the URL what you are writing here. bhuvan3.nrc.gov.in/CGI bin lulc250k.exe. So now I understand who is the service provider. For that service provider, once you know that, you should send that what you want to have it. For that, there are 2 more parameters. One is when we are taking the WMS web map service, first request you should send us a get capability that I have already told. What are all the capabilities that fellows are having? So that will be listed out. Once you understand that one, you want to have a map. For that map, you should send a request called get map. So once you send the get map, that fellow will understand, okay, there is a request from one XYZ looking for this layer. So that's why he is sending a get map. So now what we have done is, we have defined bhuvan3.nrc.gov.in/CGI bin/lulc250k.exe as the URL. Then I told that what is the layer you want to have it. That is nothing but your get map request. When you are sending your get map request, you should send what you want. Whether you want a wasteland or you want to have a land use land cover or you want to have a road map, everything should be defined. So that's why now in the layers we are defining LULC 250K 1314. Okay. So now you may have a question. You told me that you should have minimum 3 parameters, but only 2 parameters are defined. So why I used 3 is, here if you see, this framework is having a coordinate information in latitude, longitude. Suppose if your framework is having some other coordinate system, you should define your coordinate system also to the server. Because if you send your request in some other projection, your server will not understand that what is the thing it should have it. So that's why if you go into our Bhuvan thematic surveys, I'll show you that one. Suppose any one of you want to have Andhra Pradesh land use land cover map of 2005-6. If you want to have it, what you should do is, you go to something called web map service. You click this web map service. You will see all these parameters here. One is URL. Another one is what is the layer. Another one is the matrix set. That matrix set is nothing but your projection information. So that way you should have it. Then the version and what is the format. If you don't define the format, it will go with the default format. If you don't define the projection, it will go with the defined projection. Sorry, whatever the default projection you are having. But when you want to have the application in your own projection, you should define your projection. So that is the idea. So now what we will do, here you see that our example, we are calling this Bhuvan 3 URL, and we are taking the layer name as LULC250K, and we are creating that OL underscore WMS. For that I told you, when you want to create a layer, you should have open layers dot layer. What is that layer type? That layer type is WMS. That is the OGC service. So now you are having open layer. In that open layer, you want to add one layer. That layer is nothing but a WMS. That's why open layer dot WMS you are putting. For that you are sending 2 parameters. One is the URL, another one is the layer name you are creating. So once that layer is created, that layer you are adding as a layer to your map frame. So now you would have got it. You are defining a template. For that template, you are adding a layer. How you are adding the layer? You are adding the layer by open layer.layer.wms. You are adding and you are sending to that one. So that way, your HTML canvas is created. In that canvas, what is the input should come? That input is coming from the add layer function, and that add layer is supported by open layer.layer.wms. It is taking and it is adding that layer. Then now I have a big canvas I have added, but I want to show my area of interest. How to show that my area of interest? For that, map.setCenter is used. So when you are having the map.setCenter, it will zoom to that location. Okay, I want to zoom to JNTU. Then you have to have a latitude, longitude value of that particular area, and you should put it in that one. For that, you see that something called openlayers.landlord, and it is taking X, Y, and what is the 0? That is nothing but Z value. That Z is nothing but your zoom level. Whether you want to see it in your India level or you want to see it in a building level. So for that, accordingly you have to define. We will show one by one, and you can appreciate that how it is working. So now what we will do, we will go to that example. As I was telling, here we will type Bhuvan WMS.html. You see that. Now as I told, one framework is created, one box is created. In that box, now you are getting the map. This map is how it is coming. It is coming from openlayer.layer.wms, and it is coming. Now, since the Z value, whatever we have defined is 0, it is coming in India level. Now, I want to go to Hyderabad. What is the Hyderabad lat long, approximate lat long? Any idea? 77? 17, very good. What we'll do? I'll show you. Here, what we'll do? We'll type Hyderabad in the map. Something Hyderabad Marriott Hotel. This is put up. When you are putting your mouse on that red color point, you see that right side 78.49, 17.42. That is the location, XY location of that particular point. So what we will do? Here, Instead of 81, I'll put 78 approximately. Instead of 22.5, I'll put 17. Here 0. When we are again putting 0, it will go to the India level only. But we want to have a Hyderabad level. So what is this level? That level is nothing but the detail of information. When you are in 0, you will get a global level. But when you are in a 16th level or 17th level, you will see the building level information. So now what I am going to do, I'll put, suppose for example 13. Okay. Now I will save this page. Go to this our example page. Now I will simply refresh it. You see that now your it is not refreshing. Yes. What happened? Something is cached in your system. It is not zooming. Oh, your password is also gone. Could you help me again? Huh? Ramesh. NPL. B. L. N. Capital A. Same thing. I don't know. Maybe we will check that one. It should zoom to your area, the Hyderabad area. So accordingly, we can define your map.setCenter of your values. So that can happen. So now maybe I will put some more lower level. I don't know why it is not happening. Yes. Now you can see that it has, maybe that level would have gone higher level. So now instead of 5, I'll put 7. Save it. Now again refresh it. It is trying to connect it. Meantime, here what I want to do it. Now I want to go to Delhi. So now you take the Delhi coordinate. Delhi coordinate is 7728 approximately. Okay. Here again we will go. We will write 77, and here we will put 28. Here I will define 5 again. Save this one and refresh this page. Yes. Now we have gone approximately to Delhi area. Here you can see that this is the Delhi portion. Okay. So now you would have understood that when you want to zoom to any particular place, you have to use map.setCenter. For map.setCenter, you should take 3 values, X, Y, and what is the level you are looking for. These 3 things should be there that we are putting. Now what I have shown you, I have shown you how to connect to Bhuvan server for taking the land use lot cover map. Now I want to call some other map of Andhra Pradesh. How to call it? We'll go here. Shall we call this data and we will put it? For that, what we will do? You see that there is something URL is there. You copy this URL. As I told that you should have the URL of each and every service. So now we are calling this URL. For that, here whatever is this existing URL is there, you delete that fellow. You put this one. So here you see that when you are calling openlayer.layer.wms, you are having 3 parameters. One is the layer name, that is nothing but a display name. What is that name? It should display. Second is URL. Another one is the real layer name. So these three parameters is here available. So now what you'll do, you want to have a layer name here. That is called as a layer. That here we are going to change it. For that, you go here. What is your layer name? This layer name is vector colon. Some name is there. You copy this one and put it here. And now it is ready. Now in this place, now we will again put it to Hyderabad location 78, 17 we will put it. And now this also we will change the layer, this display name to test something. We will change it. Now you save this one and go here. Go to your example. Now it is coming with the Delhi. Now I will simply put F5. You see that how the map is looking like. It will come slowly, don't need to worry. So like this, yeah, something is now coming with the Bhuvan. You can see all these. I mean, first the watermark is coming. So like this, what you can do is, whatever the layer you want to have it, you take the layer URL and you take the layer name. You can see that slowly it is adding. So you can take the layer name and you take the layer URL and you call that service from your web application, and it will connect to Bhuvan server and it will bring the data to you. Now you can see that slowly the Andhra Pradesh is getting loaded. So here, any doubt? I would like to have quick summary from one of you. What we are doing now, what I have done. Could you summarize it? What are the things you require to connect to Bhuvan server and bring the data and put it in your local machine or in your web application? Maybe I'll summarize you again. You need API for understanding the request or sending the request and getting the response. That is one. Second thing is, for that you should call openlayer.js. Then you have to initialize the some of the variables or some of the function. For that, to define the map, you have to use openlayer.map. That is nothing but your template, or that is nothing but your canvas. That canvas you are taking. For that canvas, you have to add the layer. For that, map.add layer is should be used. When we are adding the layer, you should use openlayer.layer.wms because it is a WMS service. If you want to use WFS, you should put openlayer.layer.wfs and you should put it. When you are calling openlayer.layer.wms, you should have minimum 2 parameters. One is nothing but a layer URL, another one is the layer name. That is nothing but now we have taken Andhra Pradesh and this is the layer, and when we are calling, now the Andhra Pradesh has come here. So now if you want to add some more layer on top of it, you can add it. How to do it? You have to use something called overlay. So there are in open layer you have 2 things. One is the base, another one is the overlay. Now whatever we have done, we have created a base. On top of the base, we want to add some overlay. So how to do the overlay? So in that case, now if you see that, when you are seeing this particular thing, map.add layer OL_WMS. I have added only one layer. When you are adding only one layer, that will come by default as a base layer. When you add the overlay, you have to have more layers, and then you can define whether which layer should be the base and which layer should be the overlay layer. You can define all these things. For that, what you have to do? You have to define whether overlay is true or false. Sorry, base is true or false. You have to do it. If base is true, then that will become a base layer, and base is false, then that will become as a overlay layer. That way you have to do it. How to do that one? You see that we have put some more example. that is Bhuvan overlay.html that we have put it. I'll quickly take you to this one. You see that the first layer is your open layer, that is nothing but your open layer, whatever is providing, that is the layer from OSGeo it is coming. Then on top of it, we are having something called LULC 50K that is coming and that is adding. So as I told that the first layer, whenever we are defining without that one, it is taking us a base layer, and whatever the overlay layer is coming, that is coming as a overlay layer. Then you can forcefully define which should be the base, which should be the overlay. That options are also there, and that you can do it. Now here another interesting thing is getting added. That is nothing but adding the control. As I told that you have a base layer and you have a overlay layer. You want to define, I want to switch on, switch off that one. That is nothing but you want to enable your checkbox and disable your checkbox, or whenever the checkbox is checked, what layer should be loaded, that you are going to define it. For that, there is a control called layer switcher. How to add that control? As I told that you are having a map container. On that map container, you are adding a layer, map.add layer. You want to add a control, map.add control. That is coming from here. You see that map.add layer will add the layer, map.add control will add the control. Then as I told that there are a lot of widgets or a lot of controls are available. You have to add one by one. So for this layer switcher control, it is called openlayer.control.layer switcher. That is the control you are going to add it. How it will look like, you see the example, then we will again come to this code and see that one. Now I have put a Bhuvan WMS.html with the Andhra Pradesh map I have shown. Now you go to this another example what we have put it, Bhuvan overlay.html. You go to this particular thing. You see that first it is trying to connect to your open layer or OpenStreetMap, whatever the data is available. So now the data is come here, and now you see that you got one button here. That is nothing but your control. That control you are giving LULC 50K as a overlay. Okay. Now what we will do? We'll go here. I will simply comment this control, map.add control. Okay, I have commented this one. Now you save this fellow. Go again to this page. Now you refresh it. You see that the control is not there, but still you will get the data loaded in this particular area. But now what I want to do, I want to overlay, I want to remove it. I want to switch on, switch off simply. For that you should have some control, then only you can do it. Otherwise both base and overlay are merged together. You cannot remove one fellow from that one. See, you see here now Gujarat map is loading. I want to remove Gujarat. How you will remove it? Until otherwise you have a control to remove or add. You cannot do it. For that only the map.add control of layer switcher control is given. So now you remove that one. Now you save this fellow. Again you refresh this page. Now you can see that that control is added. Now that control is added. Here you see that Bhuvan LULC 50K, like that the overlay has come. You can understand easily. Base cannot be changed. That's why it is coming with the radio button. This is the overlay layer. You can have multiple overlay layer. That's why the checkbox has come with this one. And now you can see that slowly the Gujarat will come. Now I want to add Andhra Pradesh also into that one. What you have to do? Tell me, any one of you. You want to add Andhra Pradesh on top of it. What we have to do? Not control, add layer. Yes. You have to use add layer to add another layer on top of it. That's all. Okay. How we are going to do it? You see here. Now you take this example. You see now what I will do? Yes. I'll simply copy this line. Come to here. Come to the next line. Here you see that. You go to this one. Now I want to add Andhra Pradesh LULC map. So now I have defined a variable called APLULC50K. For that, I told you that open layer.layer.wms you have to use for that map.add layer function. Now you see that LULC50K of AP. Now I want to add AP data. So instead of Gujarat, I am putting AP. So you can see this also. We have made in such a way that by 2-digit you can understand this is Andhra Pradesh. By next 6th thing you can understand this is the LULC of 50,000 scale. Of what is 1112 is nothing but the year of mapping. So like this it has been put up. So now AP LULC 50K 1112 it has been put up. Now you have defined your layer. Now you want to add the layer. What you have to do? You have to use map.add layer. You put here AP LULC 50K. That's all. Now you can see that there is one base layer. There is 2 overlay layer. You simply save this one. Go to this page. Now you refresh this page. You go to this thing. You will have 2 buttons. Okay. Bhuvan LULC 50K, Bhuvan LULC 50K, AP. Now I will switch off this 50K Gujarat. I'll go to Andhra Pradesh. I will zoom further. Now I'll simply switch on this one. You can see that slowly that Andhra Pradesh LULC 50K data will come and sit on this one. So that way you can have the base layer and you can have the multiple overlay layers. That multiple overlay layers you can add or you can remove. Like this, there are so many controls are there. You want to have a scale bar, you want to have a draw, or you want to have a zoom in, zoom out. Like that, whatever the control you are looking for, the controls are already predefined and it is available in open layer. You can call whatever the control you want to have it. You want to have a pan zoom bar, you want to have a navigation control, you want to have a identification control, whatever the control you want to have it, you can define according to whatever the parameters you have to pass it, you can pass and you can take the layer and you can put it. So this is one such example, you can do it. So now this example is also giving another dimension that, as I told that the web services are providing the facility to have a interoperable communication. So that's why you see that one layer I am calling from Bhuvan, another layer I am calling from OSGeo. So some is coming from another source, another data sets are coming from another source. You are taking everything and you are mashing up. So that's why it is called as a spatial mashup. So in web domain, you would have already heard that web page, website, then web portal, then mashup. So this mashup will give you a facility to create something new out of existing thing. So you would have seen nowadays a lot of music mashups. Some slow songs they will put it in a fast beat and a fast, like whatever the music, how they are doing the VJs or DJs. Same thing, you are trying to collect some information and you are trying to mix up and creating something new. So that's why that is the way you are collecting the multiple resources and you are mashing up and you are creating something new. That is happening in this particular thing. Now you can see that the Andhra Pradesh data is getting overlaid on the OpenStreetMap. Now you can switch on, switch off. So this control is coming from your layer switcher control. Okay, that is the example. So from this example, you know that how to add a base, how to add a overlay, how to add a control, how to call from 2 different sources. All are put up together in this overlay.html. Now, our next example is 2 example. I am going to do it. One is the search. Another one is the how you can include this search in your Bhuvan. How you can call using the Bhuvan. Now you see that I'll go to this particular page. You see that there is some URL is called bhuvan.nrc.gov.in/search. Okay. Now, then something is happening. First, we will see the output, how it is happening. Then we will come to our section. Go here, APSSL, this one. I'll type search.html. I'll enter it. What is the mistake? Anyone? Huh? Our URL is wrong because I have missed that examples. You see that? Some text box is there. Then some results are there. What is happening here? What I will do? Here I will type. Any place name you tell me? Where are you from? You tell me. Chennarity. Tenali. Okay. I'll put Tenali. Go. You see that? Tenali, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. Tenali, maybe Mandal, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. Okay, what is this one? Is nothing but whatever the database we are having in our Bhuvan, if you give any place name, it will try to match with our Bhuvan server and it will try to bring the value like this. Is it sufficient to you? No. Along with this value, you should also have the latitude, longitude. Then you can go to that location. So now what we have done? We have simply taken a text information and we searched in our database and we are bringing the result in this one. But along with this result, the lat long also come. Then you can zoom to that location. Using what function I will zoom to that one? In the previous exercise, map.setCenter. Yes. If you use map.setCenter and if you pass this value XYZ, then you can zoom to that location. Okay. Now I want to go to Sriharikota. I should know the Sriharikota lat long or Sulurpet. Huh? You know Sulurpet, na? Nobody knows Sulurpet? Okay, very good. Okay. I want to go to Sulurpet. Okay. So I should know Sulurpet lat long. So what we will do? We'll send somebody to Sulurpet and take the lat long and then we will feed it to the system. No, we should not do it. How to get it? For that, there are plenty of geolocation APIs are available. So here we can have two ways. One is geocoding, another one is reverse geocoding. Okay. If you put a lat long, it will go to that location. Or if you define the location, it will give you the lat long and you can go to that location. So right now what we are doing here, we are putting the location name and we are trying to go to that location. So that is our idea by reading the lat long. So that we are going to provide here. For this, some other place name, this time we will type Sulu. You see that it is what is this function called? Whenever I am keying in, some values are coming and going. Huh? Match. Huh? Match. Okay. Anything? What we are trying to do is, anyway, it is match only. What we are trying to do is, we are trying to take the number of characters and we are trying to match the database and putting. So basically what we are doing, we are trying to do autocomplete. Correct, na? So that much value will be going to server and it will bring the result and it will put it. So how it is happening? It is happening based on your Ajax call. What is Ajax? Huh? Yes. One is no need to reload the web page. So without observing the refresh, it will happen. How it is happening? That is important to us. So that Ajax in general will happen based on your XML HTTP request. So what it will do, in the back end, it will keep on communicate to your server and it will bring the data and readily available and it will give it to the user. So that the user will not see the refresh or user will not see the wait time. So it will not refresh again and again. Now you see that in our map, now I am in this Delhi area. You see that I'll move here. How this map is coming in a seamless mode. Is it loading again and again? You see that. Is it loading again and again? This page? Is it refreshing? Yes or no, boss? Okay. How it is happening? The XML HTTP request is going to the server. I have defined a buffer, whether I want to keep buffer of 1 tile or 2 tile. So accordingly, the tile is already fetched and it is available. So when I am moving my mouse, it is immediately coming. So that is nothing but your Ajax call that is happening. So now you see that I will randomly jump from one location to another location. It will not, it will show the white screen, then it will load it. But if I move only little bit, you can see that. Have I seen, are we seeing the white screen here? No or yes? Yes, where we are seeing the white screen, you tell me. Okay, I'll go to this area. Are we seeing the white screen now? You tell me. No. But if I jump into some other place, immediately I will see the white screen, and then it will be covered with the tile because that buffer is exceeded to that location. That's why it is not there. So you are creating some buffer and you are sharing the data. Same way here, if you see that when I am putting U, then I get a 4 requests. When I am putting L, I didn't get any requests. So that way the data sets are optimized and it has been put up with the autocomplete on. So this way you can get what is the place name and what is the taluk name or what is the district name and what is the state name. All the detail you can get it in this page. Now, how to use in our map viewer, that is our next exercise. You go to Bhuvan API.html. You see here, we are going to use the same thing. First, I will show the output, how it is looking like. Then you can understand how you can do it, how this code will be done. Bhuvan API.html, you put it. You go to this place. India is there. Now, what is your place name? Tenali. We will go to Tenali. Okay. Now I'll put go. You see that there are 2 Tenali. Tenali, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, then Tenali Mandal. I want to go to this one. You click here. It is going and it is adding the place mark here. Okay. Now I want to go to where? Hyderabad. You see that when I am typing 4, I got Hyderabad, Rangareddy, Hyderabad, Unnao, Hyderabad Marriott Hotel, Hyderabad Road, Bidar. So now I want to go to Uttar Pradesh, that Unnao district, Hyderabad. I'll click this one. It will zoom to that location. Now we go to this code. What we are doing? First, we have to create a canvas. That canvas we have created using the OpenLayer.map. Then we have added the LULC 50K. You can see that layer is added. Now you can see that we want to add one marker because whenever we are searching, there should be one marker. So to define that marker, OpenLayer.layer.marker. To define a WMS, what we have to use? Very good. Here we are going to add the marker. That's why we have put OpenLayer.layer.marker. We have put it. That marker, to add that marker again, map.addLayer marker. So you have one base and one overlay. So whenever we are adding that map.addLayer 2 times, 3 times, everything will become as a overlay layer. So that's why it is going to be sit on top of it. Now we have done this much. If you do only this much, you will get only the map. But we have to enable the search API and we have to bring the data on top of it. For that purpose, you can see that whenever you are entering the value in your text box, the Ajax request is going and it is bringing the response, and the response is coming as a JSON. What is JSON? Yes. What is XML? Okay. Yes. So what is the use of these fellows, XML or JSON, all these things? These are all nothing but some output format, and it is a well structured format so that you can read the entity of each and everything, so that only you can take the tag. Okay, I want to read the latitude. So there will be some tag called latitude. You can you can call that tag and you can go to that location and you can put it. Here if you see that, how the tags are coming, array dot result of name, then district, then state. That is the reason why here, whenever you are typing any name here, now I will type Guntur. When you are typing Guntur, you see that Guntur of Nanded of Maharashtra, Guntur Andhra Pradesh, Guntur Andhra Pradesh, Guntur Palli Kolar. So like this, all the matches are happening and it is coming. So this is your name, this is your district name, this is your taluk name. That way the JSON is defined and the name, district and taluk, all the things are coming. Now, from where the latitude and the longitudes are coming, you see here, whatever the result you are having, the first in your array, that is your longitude, and then you are having the latitude. And that longitude and latitude you are taking, that again you are sending as a marker to odd marker, and you are sending this latitude and longitude value, and you are zooming to that location using the map.setCenter. Okay, so now the bottom line is, you are taking any name and you are searching in your Bhuvan database. Once the name is matched with the Bhuvan database, all the results are coming. Once you know the result, each and every result is associated with the latitude, longitude. That lat long you are taking, at that lat long using the map.setCenter, you are zooming to that location. So this is a simple search. Okay, when you want to search any place, you can take this code and you can enter that value, so that it will take the value and it will zoom to that location. So that is the idea of keeping this search.html and Bhuvan API.html. So all these codes are explained here, and whenever the success is there, it will take the lat long and it will go and it will zoom to that particular location. So this is our idea of adding the value. And here you can see that something suddenly come, map.getZoom. So when you want to understand the zoom level, you are using the map.getZoom, so that what is the existing zoom. If the zoom value is greater than 5, you go to exact latitude, longitude, and the zoom level, whatever the zoom you are. If it is less than 5, you define always 6 as the default value. How it is working, you see here. Now I am in somewhat India level. Okay, it means I am lesser than 5. When I am lesser than 5 zoom level, I'll default to go to 6th zoom level. So now you see that I'll type some other name. This time I'll type Chennai. You click this one. You are getting a lot of result here. Something I'll type. So it is going to this zoom level and it is maintaining. Now I'll type again Hyderabad. Hyderabad has come. Now you see that this zoom level is maintained. Same way it is panning here and there and it is putting. Now you see that I'll increase my zoom level. It means I have gone beyond the 5th level. This time when I am typing Bangalore, and when I am clicking there, that whatever zoom level we are, that level will be maintained. So that way this map.getZoom is used to maintain the zoom level. Okay, na? So map.getZoom will give the what is the level we are. If you want to go to the building level, we have to use higher zoom level, like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, like that. If you want to show it in India level, 0, 1, 2, like that you can put it. When you want to show it in state level, 4, 5. So like that you can define, so that whatever the view extent you are defining, according to the view extent, you can bring your data and put it using this map.setCenter function, and you can do it. So this is the way you can add the map, and you can enable the search function and you can do it. So now tomorrow, if you would like to add any data from Bhuvan, you can go to the Bhuvan Thematic Surveys, and whatever services are available under the Web Services tab, you can copy that one and you can integrate it through the open layer. And if you want to show all the marker, if you know the lat long, you can use the marker function, and each and every marker you can add the thing called marker.odd marker, open layers.marker. This latitude, longitude value, if you define it, the marker will keep on added, so that so many markers will come and you can put it. So this is the way you can do it. If you connect to your database, you can read from your database and you can put it in an array, so that all the values will be plotted in a single shot. No need to repeat it. Anyway, that you can do it. Otherwise, simply if you hard code and append one by one, all markers will come. But better is to drive from database and then you add it, then the things will be getting solved. So this is another example what we would like to show you. So right now we have seen how to add the map in your canvas, how to add the overlay layer, and how to add the layer switcher control. We have seen 3. Then how to have a simple search. We have seen it will only list out the result like this. Then how to use the search result to zoom to that location. That is nothing but this example what we have seen it, so that it will go and sit in that zoom location wherever we want to zoom it. So like this, we have put some 4-5 basic example. You can start explore it, and you can also become a master using all these things. With this one, I'll stop, and let's see, sir. You would like to? Then he will take up further. Then we can have any discussion later. We can have it.
Yeah, hello, I am Leslie. I belong to the same organization, NRSC, and I deal with all mobile applications. Whatever mobile applications you are seeing in the ISRO's website, it's all done by my team. There is myself and one more, 2 colleagues are there with me. Here in ISRO we deal with only location-based services. That is, whatever you see in the market, where, for example, any app which has got location information that is getting fetched from where that person is accessing the information, that sort of applications we deal. And for that, we have developed our own engine with APIs called as Cordova. Anybody heard about Cordova? I think you are the faculty. So what Cordova deals with it is it is basically an application interface which can be deployable in multiple platforms. Like if I develop an app on Android, I can even deploy that with small changes. I can deploy that on Windows. I can deploy that on iOS also. Okay, the advantage of the Cordova is that, and it is very user friendly. Easily we can develop within a couple of days, and you can have your own application, and that application can be used to collect the information. In ISRO, whatever I was telling you, that location-based services, that is nothing but we collect field collected data. That is, you go to field, collect some information and send it to Bhuvan server. That sort of mechanism only we deal with. Okay, we are not going to deal with like Google Earth sort of thing. Like you have a map and then you navigate it and you get a route. These sort of applications we are not into. We are only into collecting the informations. Okay, why we do all this in ISRO? Basically, the role of NRC is to collect, process, and apply remote sensing data. Anybody knows about remote sensing? Nobody do not know? Remote sensing is basically a survey which deals with, without any contact of that object, you can take the measurements of that object and do some processing, do some analysis of it. It is basically a very layman definition. So what our satellites do, they capture the images of the Earth's surface and you do some process and then get some results out of it. Right? With this process, here you are interpreting that satellite data. That is, you have a picture, right? See, for example, if this is a picture of India, can you find out what is this blue mark? I have to use probably this cursor. Do you know what is this blue mark? You do not know, because it is not your own photograph. Am I right? Right? If it is your own photograph taken and it is being shown here on the screen, then you can tell that this is this person, because your brain identifies who is this person and how it is getting linked. So in that scenario, you could able to interpret a person, but satellite data you are not able to interpret because you don't have a knowledge to it. So here in this case, this is basically a water body, right? This is very clear. Blue object is basically a water body, so you could able to tell this is a water body. But if it is any scientific thing, like for example geology, if you take, or else crop you take, crops are all seen in green in color. See, if you could able to tell crop, whatever you see in the satellite data, green are called as vegetation. Can you tell what type of vegetation it is? For example, if it is an agricultural land, can I tell that it is a paddy crop? Can I tell it is a wheat crop? Can you tell? It is not possible. It is very difficult. Only specialized people can do it. Even specialized people can do some mistakes. To verify that, we have developed a mechanism to visit the field information, that is collect the field information and then do some analysis and find out whether that whatever I have interpreted is right or wrong. Okay? Are you getting me, or are all bouncers? No? I'm not finding any. You're not getting me? Somebody has to tell me. You're getting me? No. Thank you. You see, it is not like one way. You can stop me somewhere, you can ask some questions. I'm sorry for the other rooms. Thing is, if you could able to identify a thing, then it is fine. If it is not, there are some doubts in your mind whether whichever I identified is right or not. That requires a field inspection. In earlier days, what we used to do is, we used to go to field with a form and we used to collect. Whatever I see it on the ground, I used to collect. And you used to even take maps and you find, you locate that where I am standing and come back and you do interpretation. You do corrections in your interpretation. That's how it used to be. After some time, GPS has come and GPS has taken over and it starts collecting latitude and longitude. What Arul was telling, all about latitude, longitude. What is the Hyderabad's latitude, longitude? Yes, you are right. So, that information this GPS instrument is giving, right? With this and the whatever information you try to fill in the form, that get embedded and you try to correct your data. Then later came mobile phones with GPS as well as a good OS which had making of forms like pages, different pages, and then that can be sent dynamically to the server. This is what we have done now. Presently, in this stage we are, that is, we are into a mobile, we are using a mobile device to collect field information and send it to server. So I'll just show you how it works. Then we will go to development component, because what I am doing, if you don't understand what a person on the ground, see, basically, if I develop a software and I give it to a person, if it doesn't know what he has to do with it, it is of no use. If I develop a software, it has to be readable to all the people and then it has to be used well. So for that, what I will do is, I will show you some of the features in the software and later on we will come to development part. In development part, we will discuss only about scenarios. Arul? So what I will do is, I will try to connect my mobile into the system and you can see whatever changes I am doing it in mobile. Right? This is basically a software called as Android Screen Monitor. Everybody knows about this? No? It is freely downloadable software, and if you install this, you can show to people what are you doing it on the mobile. Okay? Now, not able to see because I cannot move from here. We have developed some applications. I'll show you one application. You see, there was an icon. See, you could be able to see there is an icon here, Bhuvan icon, Fdc Training App. Okay, this is a very simple application. If I click on that, I'm clicking on that and app opens. Here we are leading to collection page. What it is doing is, we have a GUI which is meant to collect attributes, whatever see it on the ground. You have that features in your software. You have provision to collect location information, that is nothing but a button called as capture location. Then we have facility to capture a photograph, that is proof of your visit and what it is pictorially, how it is represented. That. So there are three things which you go and collect in the field. That is, one is attribute, the second is location, and third is photograph. These three things will come and you are going to send that to a Bhuvan server. So let me do one thing and just show you. What I'll do is, this is a college I selected. Then I'm typing it APSSD. Okay, I'm trying to capture the location information. If you see here, there is a location accuracy depicted there. That is 1400. That means what it has done, it has looked for the mobile servers and it has captured this information. But if you stand out and switch on your GPS, here you find GPS. If you switch on this GPS, then it will immediately come down to less than 10. That means you have to wait for some time till the satellites are tracked, and that can be read, and then you improve the accuracy. How GPS is calculated, do you know? Anybody knows it? No? No. See how GPS, yeah? No, it is not 3 satellites. It's basically 27 satellites are there, developed by US, and it always rotates. All the 27 rotates around the Earth. From any point on the Earth, a minimum of 4 satellites can be viewed. Right? Minimum of 4 satellites can be viewed, and that gives your location. With the how it will calculate is, it knows its location on the space. With that location information, it tries to capture your location and give it in the form of a signals. Fine, it's very layman, this thing. Not worry about those things. See, now I got about 10 meters. That is, I could able to track my satellites. If I go out and stand, further it will reduce. By clicking on this button, I can capture this lat long, and even I can take the photograph. Here in this app, what we have done is, we have given a provision to capture 2 photographs. So we will capture 2 photographs. We have provision to enter what it is, and then we can simply send this. So what I'll do, I'll send and see. Right? Once I click on send, it starts sending this information, and it will, once it reaches the Bhuvan server, it will tell me data successfully loaded into the Bhuvan. What are the applications you find? It will help us. Anyone can tell? Anyone can tell what sort of applications we can see? We have to use our brains. So what is that? One is location, another one is photo, the third one is attribute. These three things we are collecting. Where we can apply this? Anyone? Some idea? Just float these ideas. It has reached the server. Huh? Cyclone వచ్చినప్పుడు. So good, it's a good answer. See, we can develop this app and put it for disaster mitigation activities. What is this? What it means? You can give some information to some person who is sitting at a place that there is a disaster happening there, and you don't go to that place, right? That information can be dealt. And since it is near real-time transfer of information, it immediately you can communicate to the other person. So if I open my Bhuvan page and see, always watching what is happening on the world, I can know that what is happening at which place. That is, but somebody has to upload this information. Am I right? Right? So you need people to upload this information, and you can help others in communicating this information. Okay? Right, fine. Now let us see how it is seen on the Bhuvan. Right, there is a point here. Now let us zoom to that point. Whether we have reached that location, where we are, we can find out. So this is our building. Okay, this is our building, and let us relate ourselves where we are. Right, this is Pragati Nagar tank. Am I right? And this is our building, and this is what where we, right? So you could able to appreciate what is happening here, what we have done, right? You could able to communicate with photograph and attribute. That is, what is that attribute? We have typed it as college and APSSCC, right? Anything you can tell. Like, for example, if there is some disaster going on some other place, you can tell that, oh, there is a bridge collapse, and that information, you take a photograph of the bridge collapse and send it. That can be viewed, and this can be viewed by all the public. Since this is a web-based information, it can be seen all over, and that will help others to restrict themselves. Okay. So now you got what is happening with the mobile, right? Now let us go to development part.
Just I would like to take 2 minutes of your time. in this crowd, in this room, how many of you are having smartphones? So almost all are having smartphones.
Some are not lifting their hands.
No, they won't lift. They will lift after hearing the thing. So now, how many of you are having the data connectivity in the mobile phone? Because most of you may be using Facebook, WhatsApp. Then what else? Anything else you will use in your only two? Huh? No data connection. Okay. But you are having smartphone. Very good. No, you are having smartphone now. Very good. That's fine. So now, what is the immediate thing what we would like to do it after this exercise? There is some program called Clean India, correct? Something, but it is called Clean India. Okay. So we have something called the Clean India. Then now we are also having the similar program called Clean Hyderabad. Okay. So like this, anyway, for entire nation we are doing that program and thing. So what we would like to do is, we would like to, this is one small exercise to you. You take your smartphone and wherever you are finding a dustbin, whether it is a small dustbin or big container, you take a photograph and you write that this is the dustbin located in the place name, located in Hyderabad, Jubilee Hills, or located in Guntur, or located in Vijayawada, doesn't matter. Wherever you are going away or wherever you are going out, wherever you are finding a dustbin, you take a photograph and you write that this is the dustbin, this is small in size or medium or big, or you can write the capacity like 10 liter, 12 liter or that way, or you can write, there will be some remark in the dustbin also, what is the capacity of the dustbin, that also you write it and you send it to Bhuvan. Okay, so that will be a very good contribution by learning this mobile phone, whatever the mobile demo we are giving, and you contribute that one. So that is a good contribution to the Clean India program. What you are going to, whatever the Clean India program is there, that will be a good contribution from your side. Will you do it? Yes, I will see that how many of you are uploading the photograph. Okay, anyway, we know that we know all your names who is attending this program, and we can easily check it out in our server who is contributing the data. Okay, it is not only restricted to dustbin, you can also share. Okay, this is the tourism place, this is the ATM, this is the bank, or this is the some war memorial. Like that, whatever the places of interest are there, you can take a photograph and you can send it. But since the Swachh Bharat is going on, you can take a photograph of dustbin and you can share it with the Bhuvan, so that any citizen, they should know that where the dustbin is located, so that they will not litter in the road. Yeah. So you are interested, we'll note down your name, and you are contributing at least some 50 points. See, not into today. See, you are, I don't know how you are commuting. Suppose assume that you are walking in the road. You find one dustbin. Take a photograph and send it today. And tomorrow you are going to some other place. Or day after tomorrow you are going to some other place. Wherever you are seeing the dustbin, take a photograph and send it. Okay, na? That you do it. That will be the brilliant contribution from your side. And Bhuvan will be enriched with all those information. And this will ultimately help for the nation. That's why I use one word called societal good or societal benefit. Whatever the application we are having in Bhuvan, it is meant for society. It is meant for societal benefit. So you can also contribute. Okay, now, so that people will know that where is the dustbin, so that they can put the data. They can put the dust or they can put the litter into that one. Okay, they will not do anything in the roads. You can extend, you can think the similar thing for other thing also. Okay, you can bring a lot of new innovative application using this point of interest, whatever we are showing. Okay.
You can develop your own apps and give it to us, and then we will deploy it on the Bhuvan, and that can be used by all, and it can be we can develop a good database which will help us in developing our nation. Okay, good. So to start with, anybody knows about how to develop an Android app? Yeah, you know it. Good. 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. So many of them know it, but you have not come across Cordova, right? So probably this will enlighten you some of the things. It is very simple. You can simply do some installations. Whatever you could able to see this URL, right? Please note down. I will just copy and put it in later stage. You remind me. Not now. Don't you hear me first, right? Once I complete this, you remind me that I have to give the URL. I will give you, and you can note down and you can use this URL. First thing, to develop an Android, what is that you require? Sir, you don't speak. Let others speak. You know it, I know. So you people are working with Eclipse. So you need to have an IDE, so you are doing it. But whatever I am talking about, it doesn't require any IDE. It is, you can simply type it on Note, and then you can work on it. It's a very simple thing, but only thing is you are all are software people, so I understand that you know how to code it. So with that knowledge, I'm just going ahead, right? I am not here to teach how syntax has to be written, and I'm not here to teach how coding has to be done. Okay? So I was told that I need SDK. Am I right? Right. First thing what you have to do is your desktop, the system which you want to develop, that requires an SDK, Android SDK. You can simply Google it, you will get it, and you simply first put it in a folder, and you need to give environment. You know about environment variable in systems, right? So you need to give two paths for it. One is you will have a folder called as SDK. Inside that, you will have a folder called as platforms. Platform tools. Again, tools. These two folders, platform tools and platform, both you should give in system variables. Once you install or copy that thing, I'll show you how to do this. Go to computers, right click, properties, advanced system, environment variables. In path, what you are giving? These two things you are giving. Just now I have installed this. This is one. The other one is tools. Just immediately after that. You got me? You have to say yes. After this, you need to install some of the things like Note node.js. Once you install that, you get access to a application called as npm, which will help you in installing Cordova. This is a syntax, that is npm install -g Cordova. Okay, this will allow you to help Cordova. Okay, once you, and you need internet connectivity to your system at that time. Once you do that, you can simply create, type Cordova space create space hello space some application ID. This is nothing but hello is basically a folder, right? com.example.hello is basically an application ID, and hello world is basically application ID. Okay. Once you run this, a set of folders will be created with some index file, index.html, and then that can be used for your writing your script. After doing that, see, this is basically an Cordova. Till now what we have done is we have just developed or generated a application, that's all. But we are not talking about location based services. For location based services, there are some plugins which are to be installed, that I will show you in later stage. Here, if you have to add Android here, once you type this syntax, that Cordova space platform add Android, it will start installing Android into the existing app. So what you have to do is, first, once you create your project, you have to enter into that folder where the project is created, then add the Android or iOS, whatever in platform you want to develop, that you can enter. Then once you put that, you can simply build it. That generates an Android application. Is it very simple? Only 4 steps. Am I right? All are confused. Am I confusing? Tell. You should talk here. Right? Is it simple? Right. Here I am not showing it. Okay. Then how to make location based services? For that, you have to add some plugins, like whatever plugins you are getting, you could able to see it on the screen. That is device information, plugins related to device information, network connectivity, accelerometer, compass, and geolocation. This actually this plugin plays a role in collecting GPS information. Then you can add these files on device or network, and globalization, and in-app browser. See, if you could, what are the advantages of this? We will be discussing this. Firstly, basic device means, do you know what it does? That is, it will allow you to access the device features, right? That is, to initiate an action or to initiate your program with some string or instruction that requires a device information API. After that, it is self-explanatory. That is, network connection. That is, you need network connection to send the information from mobile to server, right? For that you need this. Then to access, there are some sensors in your mobile. That is, accelerometer is a sensor, compass is a sensor, and geolocation is, you have a sensor. Geolocation is nothing but you see it in the GPS sensor in your mobile. That is nothing but geolocation here in this, in their terms. Okay. Once you do this, you could able to access all these things. Then once you add this, and you can start writing code on the features, on accessing these features and writing some programs. I'll show you how to do that also. Everything is available on the web. You can simply probably you have typed this another you have check of codes which will help you not finding it. Yes. One minute, just yeah, this is. See, these are some of the APIs where how you can, it will help you in coding it. Yeah, these are some of the things which will help you in integrating the code. Like for example, if it is geolocation, the syntax is like this. That is device dot geolocation. If that is the syntax, you can access the lat long out of it. The return will be latitude, longitude, and you will have even this one. What is that? Height, altitude. So this is how you have to build the app. And once you type build in the command line, it will generate an APK, and that APK can be used to install and open your app. So for example, if you see here what we have done, see, these are some of the APIs. If you see here, capture location. Above that, you have a blue text which is showing the accuracy of that. So how it is we write in JavaScript a set chunk of script which will allow me to access the sensor and dynamically fetch the accuracy of that particular location. What is that accuracy? It is basically a NEMA string which is sent by a server through a control room. What is that NEMA? NEMA is nothing but National Marine Electronic Marine Association. It is they have an association. They developed an algorithm which will tell using control rows, which will tell what is the accuracy of your location based on the locations of the satellites. Okay, that information can be fetched on. So these sort of things can be developed and you can use it. So in the applications like this, what we can do is we can have facilities to store this information, then that store information can be edited. That sort of mechanisms we can develop. Like if you see here, I go to data sets. I have already stored this information, and here if you see here, I have stored this information and I can access that information which I have already captured. This information can be accessed and you can edit these things. That sort of facilities you can put it in your Android app. And we can have help also to it, that is in-app browser, whatever plugin we have downloaded, that added, that will help us in creating this new additional HTML pages. Okay, and we can even develop a mechanism that once you initiate the app, what we can do is we can give a facility that user invariably adds his profile. For example, here in our app, what we have done is, in user profile we have given user ID, your name, mobile number, and your organization which you belong to. So these information you can develop a scenario in such a way that once you install an app and initiate the action, it should allow you to first fill this information and then only allow you to enter into the other collection page. So these set of mechanisms can be built inside your app. Again, see, when you transfer this information, that is from mobile to server, what happens is from mobile the data flows to the tower of the field, then it has to reach, data should reach the tower of Hyderabad, and then it has to reach Bhuvan server. So during that process, if there is any communication failure, then what happens is we can write instructions, that is ft.upload. This is the command that which will allow you to upload the information into the server. That will always look for a return string called 200, which will allow you to know that has information has touched the server. So if you get 20 as a return value, then you can write, if you don't get, then you can put that entire information into send field, and that can be accessed later on, or that can be reloaded later on. So these sort of scenarios we can develop. Then we can develop a scenario like once it reaches the server, you can recall that information, that is point information, whatever you collect and send. that information can be seen. For example, if you see here, yesterday we had a meeting. So whatever I sent, it has come, right? Since it has reached the server, it can be seen here. So these sort of mechanisms can be developed in the app. So what are the things which I have told? I'll just summarize. First thing is, there are three things what we generally do. We generally collect location information, photograph, and attribute for that whatever you are seeing there, that is getting collected, and we are sending it to Bhuvan server. How we are sending it is through internet, and we are using in Cordova ft.upload, and that will allow us to send the information to the Bhuvan server. And at Bhuvan server, we are using whatever Arul has told you. We are trying to visualize, organize this data into an RDBMS, and then we can see it. Okay, that's all I have. And if you have any questions on this? Arul? Can show some of the applications.
Okay. If you have any question, we have one forum. Bhuvan discussion. Yeah.
Validation of what?
But in this case, each and every user can upload data. So there are chances that the user may post the wrong data.
Your question could be like this. How can we know an authorized person has sent this information, or who has sent this information? Right? It can be that way. So what we do is, when we are developing this app, it has a feature called API has got a feature called as UUID. That is unique identifier of the device. It will generate a code, 16-digit code. With that, we can identify which device, from which device it has come, and that can be tracked at server level. It can be tracked, and even you can stop data coming into your server. That is basically a server-side program. But is when you send this information, we even send this UUID along with it. It's the alphanumeric code that we will send it, and that will allow us to visualize. If you see here, I can just show one point. We can show which has UUID in it. See, if you see here, the fifth row, which is highlighted here, it is basically UUID. This UUID can be sent to the server, and at server side we can handle this, whatever issue we have. See, if you see here, these are some of the projects which we have done. That is what Arul was talking about some time back, that is AP State Housing Corporation. We could able to collect about 3.5 million records, that is observations, in just 3 months for 1,000 people. 1,000 people have done that, and we could able to collect, and these are actually linked to, even this project is basically for people who have got some money for schemes. That is, government of Andhra Pradesh is supporting people in construction of their houses. So they lend some money to people, and you are in installment basis, and you can construct it. And each interval, that is, for example, each stage, you have to inform them that you have constructed, and they'll come, inspect, and they release the remaining amount. Okay, that's how it is. So what we have done is we have developed an app, and we have given them, all engineers are being enabled with this app, and they collect this information like location they capture, 2 photographs they capture, the beneficiary ID. That is, the beneficiary ID is given to each beneficiary. So that ID they will enter. They'll enter some of the features what they see it on the construction site, like type of house, direction in which the house is facing, stage at which the construction is, and the condition of the house, then whether it is, if it is completed, whether it is occupied by the beneficiary or not. So with this information, we can even monitor the activities on the ground, and even you can release some money. Now, government of Andhra Pradesh made such a way, mechanism they have made such a way that until you upload this information on Bhuvan, you will not be given next installment. So these sort of things can be linked. And again, if you see here at the bottom, click here. This is the total history of their transactions. If you see here, complete history of their transactions can be seen in the MIS. That is, spatial data is getting linked with the MIS information, which is already available with some other organization. So we are linking. How we are linking? If you see here, if you see the URL, it is basically, it is getting linked with this beneficiary ID. Whatever beneficiary ID which he has which was given, and with that it is getting linked, and you could able to specifically locate that person's history, what has happened, and when she has got the amount, at what intervals she has got, and total amount which she has got in this case is basically 23,000 some odd. So this is how we can, this is one of the scenarios we can work it out.
So if you have any queries, you can write it to Bhuvan forum. You can see that there is a forum, bhuvan-forum.nrsc.gov.in. That is our URL. Or else you can, you can add, type simply bhuvan-forum.nrsc.gov.in, where you can post your queries. So if any other similar queries are there, you can read and you can get the answer, or else you can log in and you can post your query. And the login is very simple, and it is following the central authentication. So meaning once you create a login, you are allowed to have a common access, and once you sign on till you close the browser, or you close the session, it will be retained in a cookie, and you will be allowed to access all these details. So basically it is a ticket, it will be generated. So wherever you want to put your query, you can put your query on this particular thing. Okay, na? Otherwise our email ID is bhuvan@nrsc.gov.in, where you can write if you have any queries, and you can get the answer from us, or somebody else from that forum also will answer you. Okay, na? So with this one we'll stop, and we'll be very much thankful for you, for your kind patience, and we look forward more dustbin location to Bhuvan, and that is your first exercise. You kindly make it happen, so that it is a good contribution to by you to the nation. Okay, so these are all our things. Okay, na? So you take it and then thank you very much.
అయిపోయిందా?
Okay.
మార్నింగ్ ఎవరు చేశారు? వినపడుతుందా వాయిస్? రఫీ వస్తుందా? ఓకే సార్ వస్తున్నా. మీరు కనెక్ట్ చేసుకుని మాట్లాడితే రిసీవ్ చేసుకుంటారు సార్. మీరు ఎక్కడి నుంచి మాట్లాడారు? ఈ వాయిస్ వస్తుందా? ఇదిగోండి సార్. సార్ ఇది కూడా దీనికి ఇవ్వాలి సార్. వెహికల్ వైర్లెస్ రిసీవర్ ఉంది కదా సార్, అది రిసీవ్ చేసి హలో అక్కడ బ్యాక్ వెళ్తారు.
మాట్లాడలేము కదా సార్. మీకు వినిపిస్తుంది కరెక్టే, లాస్ట్ ఉన్నారు కదా వాళ్ళకి వినపడదు కదా. ఇదేంటంటే పక్కన వాళ్ళకి వినిపిస్తుంది కానీ ఈ రూమ్ వాళ్ళకి వినపడదు కదా. ఇప్పుడు ఈ స్పీకర్ వల్ల యూజ్ ఏంటి? అప్పుడు అప్పుడు లాస్ట్ వాళ్ళకి వినపడలే. అది వస్తుంది సార్. అది కాదు, ఒకసారి ప్రతాప్ పిలుస్తా. ఇప్పుడు వేరే క్లాస్ లో బాగానే అనిపిస్తుంది కరెక్టే, కానీ ఈ క్లాస్ వాళ్ళకి రాదు కదా. వేరే క్లాస్ లోకి వస్తుంది, ఇప్పుడు ఈ క్లాస్ లో క్లాస్ లో రాదు కదా.
స్పీకర్ వస్తుంది, ఆల్రెడీ స్పీకర్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదా.
స్పీకర్ రావట్లేదు.
దీనికి లేదు కదా, కనెక్షన్ ఇచ్చేది అలాంటి
రిసీవర్ సార్. మీరు మాట్లాడే వాయిస్ తీసుకుంటారు రిసీవర్ తీసుకుని
స్పీకర్ పెట్టుకుంటా, పక్కన వాళ్ళకి ఆటోమేటిక్ వినిపిస్తుంది.
ఓకే, ఈరోజు చెప్పి నేను సెట్ చేసుకుంటాను, సాయంత్రం సెట్ చేసుకుని. హలో, సౌండ్ వస్తున్నట్టుందిగా. పక్కన వినిపిస్తుంది. ఇక్కడ ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ పెడతా ఉంటారు దీనికి. మామూలుగా ఇట్లా మాట్లాడు ఇక్కడ లైవ్ క్లాస్ కూడా మనం మామూలుగా మాట్లాడుతుంటాం కదా. పెట్టచ్చు అట్లా పెట్టుకోవచ్చు.
మరి నేను మాట్లాడిన తర్వాత కొద్దిసేపు
ఏం లేదు ఫాస్ట్గా ఉంటుంది. సరే ఈరోజు చెప్పండి, నేను రేపు అరేంజ్ చేస్తాను, మండే అరేంజ్ చేస్తాను, అంతే కదా. మీరు మామూలుగా చెప్పండి, వాళ్ళు ఎవరి క్లాస్ వాళ్ళు
ఏ క్లాస్ రూమ్ వాళ్ళకి వెళ్తే ప్రాబ్లం
వాళ్ళ క్లాస్ వాళ్ళు వెళ్తే కలిసి
నువ్వు ఎలా సిస్టమ్ పట్టుకుంటారా? అక్కడ వేరే సిస్టమ్ పట్టుకుంటారా?
కింద ల్యాప్టాప్ గోటో మీటింగ్ వస్తే దాని గట్ట స్పీకర్ పెట్టేసి కొడుతుంటారు. ఓకే నేను రైట్ ప్రశ్న అడగలేదు.
So what is the next one? Servlet communication. How can you communicate with the other servlet? Okay. So here, to communicate with the other servlet, we have a concept called request dispatcher. To communicate with the other servlet, we have a concept called what? Request dispatcher. By using this request dispatcher, you can communicate with the other servlet. Okay. So in this request dispatcher, we are having two methods. One is include method. One is include method. Another one is a forward method. A servlet to servlet communication. Okay. To communicate with the other servlets, we have a method called include and forward. We have a class called request dispatcher. In this request dispatcher, we have two methods, that is include and forward. So which is used to communicate with the other servlets. Okay. So not only which is used to communicate with the other servlets, even you can load the HTML files also. For example, my requirement is I want to create 10 servlets first. 10 functionalities I have. Registration. Let us take login. Next, some user home page. Like I have 10 functionalities. In all the 10 pages, I have some common pages. Like the first thing is I want to get these modules. Login, registration. Next, some other modules, 10 modules. The middle page is going to be changed. At end of the screen. At end of the screen, which one? Let's take copyright APSSDC. My requirement is, let us take, imagine this is a web page. In this web page, header part is same in all the web pages. Next, so here in the header part, for example, let us take home, gallery, contact us. Okay. So at end of the screen, I want to display at copyrights APSSDC, for example. In all the screens, these two things are common. Which one? This home, gallery, contact us. This page is common, and the end of the screen is also common. Only which one is going to be changed? Only this body part is going to be changed. So here, at that time, what we'll do is we'll create three separate servlets. We'll create three separate servlets, or do one thing. These two things are static things, right? This is on HTML file and this is on HTML file. Only which one is going to be changed? Only this body part is going to be changed. So at that time, if you want to communicate, or if you want to display the other HTML files or the other servlets, then we use what? Request dispatcher. Either we use include method, or we use what? The forward method. Okay. So we'll develop the same example. We'll develop. Let us take
I'll create few things, home, let us take gallery, we'll take contact us, like we'll take 4 or 5 options we'll take. We'll take one more HTML file at end of the screen. I want to display only at copyrights AP SSDC, and only which part is changed? Only I want to change this part. Okay, dynamically I want to change this body part. Okay. Shall we create a new application or we'll take our previous application? New application. So, but before going to develop that application, first we'll develop one simple example already in our existing project. In our previous project, we created 2 forms. We created one is for login, another one is for reading the data. Have you remember we created 2 things. We created one is for login. We created inserting the data. Another one is reading the data. For example, after reading the data, once again I want to display insert data page is there, right? I want to display that insert page. I want to display. Okay. ఒక పెద్ద ఆయన వచ్చాడు బాస్. ఆ పెద్ద ఆయన ఏమడిగాడంటే మీరు లైనెక్స్ యూనిక్స్ చెప్పట్లేదా స్టూడెంట్స్ కి అడిగాడు. What is the question he asked? Linux Unix చెప్పట్లేదా మీరు స్టూడెంట్స్? ఎక్కడ యూజ్ చేస్తారు సార్ Linux అండ్ Unix? నేనైతే నా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఎక్కడ యూజ్ చేయాలి? కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. ఇంకో క్వశ్చన్ కూడా అడిగాడు అనమాట. ఏం నేర్పిస్తున్నారంటే కోర్ జావా, అడ్వాన్స్ జావా నేర్పిస్తున్నాం. ఎందుకు అవి నేర్పిస్తున్నారు? స్ప్రింగ్ నేర్పించేయండి. ఏ కోర్సు? స్ప్రింగ్. నేను అన్నా అనమాట, సార్ స్ప్రింగ్ నేర్చుకోవాలంటే ఫస్ట్ బేసిక్స్ రావాలి కదా సార్. బేసిక్స్ లేకుండా డైరెక్ట్ స్ప్రింగ్ అయితే వాడికి ఏం అర్థం అవుతుంది కదా. అట్లా ఉంటాయి మీ వాళ్ళ ప్లాన్స్. ఎవరు ఏది చెప్పినా బ్లైండ్ గా నమ్మేస్తారనమాట. ఫైనల్ గా దాని ఎఫెక్ట్ ఎవరి మీద పడుతుంది? స్టూడెంట్ పైన పడుతుంది. ఫస్ట్ దే హ్యావ్ టు నో what the prerequisite for the students. Correct or not? So already in our last class we created a project, right? What is a project? Students app is a project. And finally, before going to leave, he given one sentence. Before going to start next batch, we will all sit together and we will plan the course content. ఈ 10 years లో చాలా చేంజెస్ వచ్చాయి. 10 years లో చాలా చేంజెస్ ఇప్పుడు వచ్చినందుకన్నా సంతోషపడాలి బాస్. కరెక్ట్ అన్నట్టు. ఎప్పుడో నువ్వు 10 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం నేర్చుకున్న సబ్జెక్ట్ వేరు, ఇప్పుడు సబ్జెక్ట్ వేరు. కరెక్ట్ అన్నట్టు. So here, whatever it may be, we created 2 servlets in our last class. We created 2 servlets in our previous project. One is for inserting the data into database. Another one is reading the data from the database. So this is one servlet, insert servlet.java. Okay. So after inserting the data, we already created one servlet. What is that servlet? When this servlet is going to be invoked, the web content frontpage.html. In this HTML file, we created this HTML file. Have you remembered? I'll show you that HTML file also. I'll show you. This is one HTML file. So here the requirement is after inserting the data, which servlet is calling? Insert servlet is calling. What is the message you will get there? Successfully inserted. After successfully inserting message, I want to display. When you click read button, what will happen? It is displaying the list of records. It is displaying, right? My requirement is after inserting the data, we are getting one message successfully inserted. After that message, how many records are inserted? I want to display all the records. We already created one servlet. We already created for that one to read the list of records. What is the requirement? After inserting the data, now we are displaying one message, successfully inserted message we are displaying. Now the requirement is what? I want to display how many records are available in the table. I want to display all the records I want to display. For that one, we no need to create once again. That servlet is already available. What is that servlet class? Read servlet. The servlet class is also already available. That is read servlet. The requirement is in that insert servlet. In this insert servlet, I want to integrate this read servlet. Correct or not? After inserting the data, I want to display all the list of records which are available. So I want to display this read servlet. I want to integrate in the insert servlet method. So for this one, what concept you are using here? Request dispatcher. So here, after inserting the data, if student record is successfully inserted, we are displaying a message here. What is the message we are displaying? Record inserted successfully. After inserting the data, I want to display what? Read servlet method I want to display. For that one, we had to create an object for what? Request dispatcher. Request dispatcher. Request dispatcher is equals to new request dispatcher. Sorry, not new request dispatcher. Your request object dot. There is a method called get request dispatcher is a method. So here in this get request dispatcher method, you had to specify. Have you remember for each and every servlet we specified one URL we specified. Have you remember? For each and every servlet we specified what? One URL we specified. So open the web.xml file. So open the web.xml file in webinf web.xml file. This is a URL we specified for reading the data. Correct or not? /read. So this URL we had to specify here. After inserting the data, request dispatcher is equal to request.get request dispatcher of /read. Next, we had to call your request dispatcher object to dot. There is a method called include is a method. We had two methods are there. One is include and another one is what? Forward. I'll tell you the difference was. The difference between include and forward is, for example, I want to purchase one shirt for wrestling. If you want to purchase one shirt, I have two options are there. One thing is I can go to some shop and I can purchase. The second thing is I can sit here and I can purchase online. Correct or not? So include means what? We are here only. Okay, we'll purchase the shirt in online. The shirt will comes to you. Correct or not? You don't need to go to anywhere. Forward means we had to go to that shop. Okay. So if you take forward here, this entire servlet is forwarded to second servlet. That is read data servlet. Include method, if you take that servlet comes to your insert servlet. Okay. So here we have to specify two parameters for this include method: the request object and the response object. So request dispatcher is equal to request.getRequestDispatcher of specify the URL, next include of the request and response. So we'll test the application. If everything is fine after inserting the data, you will get a message record inserted successfully, and after that how many records are inserted, you will get the table you will get. Okay. Run on server. So app is installed. You want Connectify me share? Connected already. Appude. So if anyone is connected to Connectify me, 192.168.94.1. What is the URL? 192.168.94.1 colon 9999. What is your project name? Students app or student app? Students app slash. What is the name? What is the name we specified for our HTML file? Front page dot HTML. So one second. Okay. So HTML file is displayed. So insert the data. So enter SID. Insert. I think already 1 to 3 is already available. Second. Four, 5, 6. Huh? Calling insert here. Record inserted successfully. We got this message, but it has to display in a table, right? So we use one second. Actually, we got the data, but the problem is the data is displayed in a table format. The data is displayed. Correct or not? Any tag is mistake? For a few seconds, I'm stopping this Connectify me. Okay. Some hang it. So 1 second, system is hang. Restart the system. Anyone is trying parallelly? They don't try చేస్తున్నారు boss. Replace in place of include with forward. Include place లో forward పెట్టి try చేయండి ఒకసారి. Request dispatcher dot in place of include just give forward. So previously we used include statement. In place of include statement, just give forward. Okay. So test the applications. Select run as. Run on server. Select finish. So application is installed in the server. So test once again. I'm inserting the data. Select insert button. What is the HTML file name? Front page dot HTML. Student ID, student name and course. Select insert. So you got the data or not? Data is inserted successfully. Then after that, so after inserting the data, that URL is forwarded to what? The URL is forwarded to what? Read.jsp. Actually, we forward to which page? We perform insertion operation, boss. We perform insertion operation. We performed. So it is inserted the data, and after inserting the data, if you use forward method, the request is forwarded to whom? Read. If you use include statement, what will happen? Within the same page, that read servlet is invoked into this servlet. But the problem is, this include method is preferred for HTML type of data. Include method is preferred for what? HTML data. If you want to invoke here, use the read include method. Okay, just to forward, if you are using servlets, just use a forward method use. Okay, so here the next servlet, the read servlet method will do one thing. Right now, even though if you are inserting, it is displaying which page? Give me response first. I know morning class in elsewhere now also. Okay, just for a while, for a few minutes. Okay, so after inserting the data, when you click insert button, it is forwarding to which URL? Insert servlet, right? In insert servlet, what is the logic written here? We are forwarding that request. We are forwarding that request to which servlet? read servlet. So directly it is displaying read servlet. It is displaying. I want to do one thing after displaying the list of records. For example, I want to display that HTML page, whatever HTML page we created. I want to display that HTML file. Or we'll do one thing after inserting the data. I don't want to display. I don't want to display this one. So here, specify slash. Once again, specify what is the HTML file name we created. Front page dot HTML. Request object and response object. Now don't use forward. In case of HTML file you are displaying, use what? Include method. So now if you call, what is the output you will get? Front page, or is there any space or underscore? Front page dot HTML. Okay, we got insert some data. Select insert button. The data is inserted. We got inserted successfully. And after that, once again we got page because we included that HTML file, right? In the insert servlet. After inserting the data into database, once again we are including which one? The front page dot HTML. Once again it is displaying. Okay. So generally, if you want to establish a servlet to servlet communication, we use this request dispatcher. Include methods which is used to import or include a static kind of data, meaning a normal HTML file. If you are using servlets, then use forward method. Okay. Charger on the Dell. Fast switch away. So next. So previously we used forward method, right? So request, include and forward. If you use some cricket displaying cricket score updating web applications like crickinfo.com or crickbuzz.com, for every 5 seconds you no need to refresh the web page. Automatically the web page is going to be refreshed, right? Automatically for every 5 seconds the web page will refresh automatically. So here, if you want to provide that kind of thing, if you want to provide here, one second. Second, I'm searching for the method. Search in the method in the request object. Is there any method called refresh? Search here. Set asynchronous toString wait. No, we don't have any refresh method. Response object. Response dot buffer size, character encoding, local. Like this and redirect. So one second. So what is the input parameters? What is the input parameters for this? What is the input parameters for this service method? It is taking two parameters, right? What are the two input parameters? The servlet request and the servlet response. This servlet request and servlet response will provide the services for any type of request. Meaning we have some different protocols, right? HTTP protocol, FTP protocol, SMTP protocol. We have different protocols out there. So this servlet, now this servlet will provide services for any type of protocol. But if you observe, maximum 99% of the 9 cases, the web applications are completely working on HTTP. The web applications are completely working on what? HTTP. To provide the more features for the HTTP protocol, so we are having one more servlet request and servlet response objects, that is HTTP servlet request and HTTP servlet response. The HTTP servlet request and the HTTP servlet response. So in place of generic servlet, we had to import HTTP servlet. In HTTP servlet also we have what? The service method only. In this service method, previously the generic servlet is providing the services for any type of protocol. Now this HTTP servlet is providing the services only for HTTP protocols. Why this HTTP protocol? Because of to provide more features for the HTTP protocol. So here, now in the request object search, there is a method called refresh. Shall we take a support of Google Tally? Refresh method in servlet. Extends HTTP servlet. So we had to add this one, response.add header of refresh, comma, specify the time interval. We'll copy the same logic. So what we had to add? So record inserted successfully. So here your response object dot, what is the method name? Add header, specify here refresh, and second parameter specify the time. We specified 5. For every 5 milliseconds, this servlet is going to be refreshed automatically. Okay. We'll do one thing just for differentiation, to show the differentiation. I'm writing here out.println. We'll print the date, will print. I'm writing here system.current to time millis. What is the statement I written? System.current to time millis. What is in the system.current to time millis? You will get the device current time you will get. You will get the device current time you will get in a milliseconds. If 1 millisecond is completed, you cannot get that millisecond, right? Correct or not? So we'll test the application. So students app. So run on server. Okay. So app is installed. Here students app. What is the file name? Front page.html. We'll insert some data. .NET. Select insert button. It will insert the data. Front page.html. Harish, Kuchunda. So .NET, select, insert. Yeah, what is the message we got? Successfully, whenever it is reloading, the time is updating or not? Every time the page is reloading, so that's why the console is displaying every time. So now what is the time it is showing? 7076, right? 4 to 851. Every time it is displaying the current to time it is printing. Okay. Are we updating this time? Are we updating this time? No, right? For every 5 seconds, automatically this browser is going to be refreshed automatically. So in your cricket score, same logic. They'll write the logic dot refresh. Just you have to open the browser, that's it. For every 5 seconds, you don't need to call that one. Automatically, the page will be refreshed. Okay. So morning, the person said on concept called Ajax, right? Do you have any idea about Ajax? Okay. No need to refresh the entire page. For example, best example, let us take Facebook posts. If you open the Facebook page, there are n number of separate blocks, right? At left side you will get your friends history, okay, and next in the middle you will get your Facebook data. You will get at right side you will get the charts information you will get. On top of charts, you will get any friend request, a suggested friends, correct or not? There are n number of parts in a single page. For example, when I select add friend, for example, I got some suggested friends list I got. When I select add friend, which one? Only the request is only that add friend, right? You don't need to reload the entire Facebook data once again. To load the Facebook data, it will take a lot of time because it is having a lot of data. If you make any small change, only which one has to reflect? That add friend only reflect, right? But if you use these type of concept, if you use Servlet or any type of thing, if you use, the entire page is going to be reloaded once again. How much time it will take? For example, for every request, it will take the entire page. For example, you are chatting with your friend, boss. You are chatting with your friend. You will say hi. Immediately that request will goes to your friend, hi. The entire page will not reload, right? Correct or not? Imagine if the entire page will reload, what will happen? It will take a lot of time or not? Okay. So mainly Ajax is termed as asynchronous JavaScript and XML. Ajax is termed as asynchronous JavaScript and XML. So mainly you no need to reload the entire page. Only you can perform some particular operations in the part of page, in a part of some particular part in the entire web page. So in the background it will take care of communicating the server and getting the data from the server and everything. Okay. But this is one concept in Servlet we are having, called refresh. Automatically it will refresh the page. You had to specify some time interval. You had to specify. How many are interested to do a project, boss? Everyone? So I want to divide the entire group into 3 or 4 parts. I mean, 3 or 4 teams, boss. Okay. We'll develop some projects. I'll give one idea. One project is caller tracking app. Caller tracking app, meaning, you know Truecaller concept, right? What is Truecaller concept? When you are making a call to an unknown number, or when you are getting a call from an unknown number, the Truecaller app will tell you the person name. Same kind of concept, when you are making a call to a number, or when you are getting a call from a number, it may be known number or unknown number, the app has to display the location, the person location, from where he is calling. This is the app concept. We already implemented this project. Okay. So, మీరు కూడా ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేస్తే బాగుంటుంది. There is no any great logic, was very simple logic, and with this Servlet knowledge you can develop that app. When you are making a call, మీరు ఎవరికైనా కాల్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు మీ పొజిషన్ ప్లస్ ఆపోజిట్ పర్సన్ పొజిషన్, మీరు ఎవరికైతే కాల్ చేస్తున్నారో ఆ పర్సన్ పొజిషన్ సో రెండు చూపించాలి. కాల్ రిసీవర్ ఉన్నాడు కదా, రిసీవర్ పొజిషన్ తనకేంటంటే తన పొజిషన్ ప్లస్ మీ పొజిషన్, సో అవి రెండు తన మొబైల్ చూపించాలి. దిస్ ఈజ్ వన్ యాప్. ఇన్ బాస్ I given this app demo to one person, boss. నువ్వు యూజర్ ప్రైవసీని కిల్ చేస్తున్నావు అని ఏదో క్వశ్చన్ అడిగాడు బాస్. యు ఆర్ కిల్లింగ్ ద యూజర్ ప్రైవసీ, కరెక్ట్ ఆర్ నాట్? ఈ మధ్య కింగ్లే ఒక యాడ్ వచ్చింది బాస్, మీకు గుర్తుందా? ఏంటి కింగ్లో యాడ్ ఏంటి చెప్పండి ఒకసారి. ఆశీష్ విద్యార్థి అండ్ ఒక గర్ల్ ఉంటారు, ఒక కింగ్లో యాడ్. అది ఏంటి చెప్పండి ఒకసారి. నాన్న నేను వేరే ప్లేస్కి వెళ్ళేసి నేను అరకుకి వచ్చాను, 2 days తర్వాత వస్తాను అంటది. అప్పుడు ఏంటి, ట్రస్ట్ కోసం ఏదో ఒక యాడ్ అనమాట. సో ఇప్పుడు ఈ యాప్ ఉందనుకోండి, అప్పుడు ఏంటి, మీకు కాల్ చేసి మీకు లొకేషన్ వస్తుంది కదా. జనరల్గా నాకు ఇన్ని ఐడియా, ఒకరోజు నాకు పాతకాలం ఫ్రెండ్ వచ్చింది బాస్ హైదరాబాద్కి. కాల్ చేసి నేను ఏంటంటే ఏ ప్లేస్ ఉంది అది some place boss. బీతో వస్తుంది నా పేరు ఐడియా ఉందా? బాల్నగర్. హైదరాబాద్కి వచ్చింది బాస్ మ్యారేజ్కి. బాల్నగర్లో మ్యారేజ్. నేను ఎప్పుడు బాల్నగర్ వెళ్ళలేదు బాస్, ఫస్ట్ టైం. సో ఈవినింగ్ 7 o'clockకి సమ్ క్రిస్టియన్ మ్యారేజ్, సమ్ ఏదో చర్చ్లో. ఐ వెంట్ టు బాల్నగర్. సమ్ గూగుల్ మ్యాప్స్ బేస్ చేసుకుని ఎత్తుక్కుంటూ వెళ్ళాను బాస్ బాల్నగర్ ఎక్కడ అని. ఫైనల్లీ బాల్నగర్ రీచ్ అయ్యాను. వేరే అని అడిగేది బాల్నగర్ అంటే బాల్నగరే అన్నాడు. ఇంకొంచెం ముందుకెళ్ళండి మీకు కావాల్సిన అడ్రస్ కావాలంటాను. ఇంకొంచెం ముందుకెళ్ళా బాస్. వెళ్తే మీరు ఆల్రెడీ బాల్నగర్ క్రాస్ చేసి వచ్చాడు అన్నాడు ఇంకోవాడు. మళ్ళీ వెనక్కి వెళ్ళా, మళ్ళీ ఒక 1 kilometer. మళ్ళీ అక్కడ వేరే అడిగితే ఇంకో 1 kilometer వెళ్ళి బాల్నగర్ వెళ్ళాలంటే అన్నాడు. ఫైనల్లీ ఎక్కడో చోట డిసైడ్ అయ్యాను బాస్. ఇంకా వెనక్కి ముందుకు వెళ్ళకుండా నేను ఉన్నది బాల్నగర్ అని డిసైడ్ అయ్యా. తర్వాత ఏంటంటే మ్యారేజ్ ఇక్కడ ఒక చర్చ్ లో కదా, ఆ చర్చ్ పేరు అడుగుతుంటే ఎవరు చెప్పట్లా. పోనీ ఆ వచ్చిన అమ్మాయి అంటే ఆ అమ్మాయి సిటీకి కొత్త. కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. 7 to 10 మ్యారేజ్, 10 o'clock బస్సు వెళ్ళిపోద్ది మళ్ళీ. సో 10 o'clock లో మీట్ అవ్వాలి. ఆల్రెడీ అడ్రస్ ఎత్తుకోవడానికి నాకు 2 hours పట్టింది. పోనీ ఫైనల్ రీచ్ అయ్యామా అంటే ఇంకా ఆల్రెడీ తినేస్తున్నాము, బస్ ఎక్కేస్తాం, నువ్వు వెళ్ళిపోలే ఇంకా. సో ఫైనల్లీ కలవకుండా వచ్చేసాను. అప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఒక ఆలోచన వచ్చింది అనమాట. ఆలోచనే ఇది. మనం ఎవరికైనా కాల్ చేసినప్పుడు మనకు ఆ లొకేషన్ తెలిసింది అనుకోండి, మేబీ నా పక్కనే ఉండొచ్చు, పక్కన నేను కాల్ చేయొచ్చేమో. కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. దిస్ యాప్ విల్ షో యూ ద లొకేషన్ అండ్ ఇట్ విల్ షో యూ ద డైరెక్షన్ ఆల్సో, హౌ టు రీచ్ ద పర్సన్. దిస్ ఈజ్ వన్ యాప్. మీ ఈ యాప్ ఎవరు చేయడానికి ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉన్నారో ఒక 10 to 20 members ఆ టీమ్ మీరే డిసైడ్ అయితే, సో దట్ ఐ విల్ గైడ్ యూ హౌ టు డూ దట్ యాప్. ఫ్రంట్ ఎండ్ ఈజ్ ఆండ్రాయిడ్, back end is your servlet and the database is Oracle. Same we'll create servlets, but front end is what? Front end is not the web, front end is what? It's Android. Okay, so దీనికి 10 to 15 members names ఇవ్వండి. సెకండ్ యాప్ ఏంటంటే మార్నింగ్ ఒక డస్ట్బిన్ ఏదో చెప్పాడు కదా. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను ఇల్లు మారాలనుకుంటున్నాను బాస్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నాకు సికింద్రాబాద్ నియర్ టు సికింద్రాబాద్ ప్లేస్ లో నాకు ఒక ఇల్లు కావాలి. మీరేం చేస్తారు? జనరల్గా మేమేం చేస్తాం అంటే ఒక బైక్ పట్టుకొని నేను మా ఫ్రెండ్ ఇంకా 2-3 ఫ్రెండ్స్ పట్టుకొని మొత్తం ఆ ఏరియా అంతా మొత్తం వెతుకుతాం. కరెక్ట్ అన్నట్టు. ఎక్కడెక్కడ టూలెట్ బోర్డ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఎవడెవడు బ్యాచిలర్కి ఇస్తాడు. కరెక్ట్ అన్నట్టు. అందరు ఇవ్వరు కదా, ఎవడెవడు బ్యాచిలర్కి ఇస్తాడు. ఒకవేళ బ్యాచిలర్కి ఇచ్చినా మనం అంత అఫోర్డ్ చేయగలమా లేదా అని చెప్పేసి. కరెక్ట్ అన్నట్టు. ఇప్పుడు సెకండ్ యాప్ ఏంటంటే we'll give an app, సేమ్ వాడిలాగానే ఇద్దాం. ఎక్కడెక్కడైతే టూలెట్ బోర్డ్స్ ఉన్నాయో he will capture. మీరైనా సరే ఎక్కడైనా టూలెట్ బోర్డ్ చేసినా మీరైనా క్యాప్చర్ చేసుకున్న ఇమేజ్ ఇచ్చేయచ్చు బాస్. విల్ గివ్ సమ్ డీటెయిల్స్. ఆటోమేటిక్గా మీకు పొజిషన్ వస్తుంది, లాటిట్యూడ్ అండ్ లాంగిట్యూడ్. యూ నో టు గివ్ ఎనీథింగ్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఓనర్ ఇవ్వాలనుకున్నాడు, ఎవరికైనా వేరే వాడికి సర్వీసెస్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయాలనుకున్నాడు. ఓనరే వాడు ఫోటో పెట్టుకుని అప్లోడ్ చేసుకుంటాడు. మీనింగ్ మీరు సికింద్రాబాద్ లో మీకు ఇల్లు కావాలనుకుంటే మీరు సికింద్రాబాద్ అంతా మొత్తం ఎతకాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. మీ ప్లేస్ లో నుంచి ఎక్కడెక్కడ టూలెట్ బోర్డ్స్ మీరు ఎక్కడ చూసుకునేసి మీరు అక్కడే. దిస్ ఇస్ ద సెకండ్ యాప్ ఐఎమ్ ప్లానింగ్. ఫస్ట్ యాప్ క్లిక్ అయినా నాకు గ్యారంటీ లేదు, కానీ సెకండ్ యాప్ మాత్రం డెఫినెట్గా క్లిక్ అవుతుంది. ఆల్రెడీ చేస్తారు సార్. టెంపుల్ రన్ గేమ్ వచ్చిందా? విల్ ఎన్హాన్స్ దట్. టెంపుల్ రన్ యాప్ వచ్చింది బాస్. తర్వాత సబ్వే సర్ఫేస్ గేమ్ వచ్చింది. రెండు సేమ్ కాన్సెప్టేనా? ఏది కానీ ఏది క్లిక్ అయింది ఫైనల్ గా? ఏది క్లిక్ అయింది? టెంపుల్ రన్ సబ్వే సర్ఫేస్? సబ్వే సర్ఫేస్ క్లిక్ అయింది. కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. there are more number of users, there are double users in subway surface than the temple run. ఐడి అని కాపీ కొట్టడం తప్పు కాదు, కానీ ఎట్లుండేది అట్లా వేయడమే తప్పు. కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. అట్లీస్ట్ కొన్ని కలర్స్ అన్న చేంజ్ చేసి మనం ఇవ్వాలి బాస్. కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ యూ ఓన్లీ లీడ్ ద టీమ్ బాస్, ఎందుకంటే మీరు ఆల్రెడీ చేశానంటున్నారు కాబట్టి యూ ఓన్లీ లీడ్ ద టీమ్, మీకు ఆల్రెడీ చేస్తారు కాబట్టి. సో దిస్ ఇస్ సెకండ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్. Some people develop this project. Third project is my dream project. క్యాలిక్యులేటరా డిక్షనరీ అది కాదులేండి. ఇంకొక డ్రీమ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ అనమాట. అంటే ఎందుకంటే కొంచెం ఎదుగుతున్నాం కదా, సో ఆలోచన కూడా కొంచెం ఎదుగుతుంటాయి అనమాట. థర్డ్ యాప్ ఈజ్ వాట్ ఇట్స్ ఆల్సో కంప్లీట్లీ ద ఫ్రంట్ ఎండ్ ఈస్ మొబైల్, ద బ్యాక్ ఎండ్ ఈస్ వెబ్. ఫీచర్ అంతా ఇదే బాస్. వెబ్ లోకి ఎవడు పోయాడు ఇంకా చేయి కూడా పెట్టాడు. ఫ్రంట్ ఎండ్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఆండ్రాయిడ్, back end is directly you cannot interact with the database, so that's why we need some interface. That is nothing but the web technologies. We have all these things, go to meetings and everything, right? Correct or not? Same kind of thing I want to implement in the mobile device. A dream project anamata. For example, I am the broadcaster. మీరు ఒక బ్రాడ్కాస్టర్ కి మీరు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఐఎమ్ సమ్ సెలబ్రిటీ బాస్ మ్యాషన్. ఓకే, యు ఆర్ మై ఫాలోవర్స్. ఇప్పుడు మా గురువు గారు ఉన్నారు అనుకోండి, లెట్ us take మై జావా గురు సంతోష్. ఐ వాంట్ టు లిసన్ హిస్ క్లాసెస్. ఇప్పుడు నేను వెళ్ళాలనుకుంటున్నా. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఆర్ అదర్వైజ్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఐఎమ్ ఫ్యాన్ ఆఫ్ నరేంద్ర మోడీ, లెట్ us take. ఇప్పుడు నేను నరేంద్ర మోడీ మెసేజ్ అని చాలా మిస్ అవుతుంటాను, ఎందుకంటే అంత టైం ఉండదు టీవీ చూసారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నరేంద్ర మోడీ వాంట్స్ టు గివ్ సమ్ మెసేజ్. ఇప్పుడు ఎలా మెసేజ్ చేస్తాడు? టీవీ వాళ్ళందరికీ, అందరూ మీడియా వాళ్ళందరూ పిలిచి ఒక మీటింగ్ పెట్టేసి మెసేజ్ ఇస్తాడు, కరెక్టా? ఇప్పుడు నా యాప్ లో ఏంటంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ యూ కెన్ యాడ్ యాజ్ ఎ ఫాలోవర్ టు నరేంద్ర మోడీ. ఓకే, యూ విల్ గెట్ సమ్ నోటిఫికేషన్స్ వెన్ ఎవర్ నరేంద్ర మోడీ ఈస్ లాగిన్ ఇన్ టు యువర్ యాప్. ఆల్ ద ఫాలోవర్స్ విల్ గెట్ ద నోటిఫికేషన్స్. సో మీ మొబైల్ ఫోన్ లో when Narendra Modi is giving some message, he is a broadcaster and you are the followers for that broadcaster. Ultimate గా చెప్పాలంటే ఎవడైనా బ్రాడ్కాస్టర్ ఉండొచ్చు. Anyone can broadcast anything, anyone can show, anyone can see any broadcaster messages. అంటే ఇప్పుడు నా క్లాస్ ఉంది బాస్, నా క్లాస్లో ఏంటి, ఇక్కడ మన క్లాస్లో డైరెక్ట్ క్లాస్లో కొంతమంది ఉన్నారు, కొంతమంది వేరే క్లాస్లో ఉన్నారు, కొంతమంది వేరే క్లాస్లో ఉన్నారు. ఎక్కడ వింటున్నారు క్లాసెస్? గో టు మీటింగ్లో ఒక సిస్టమ్ పెట్టుకుని వింటున్నారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక పర్సన్ రాలేదనుకోండి క్లాస్కి, వాడు నాకు ఫ్యాన్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ వాడు నాకు క్లాస్ మిస్ అవ్వాలనుకోవట్లా, హరీష్ ఈజ్ మై ఫ్యాన్, లెట్ us take. సో ఇప్పుడు హరీష్ ఏం చేస్తాడంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను ఎప్పుడైతే ఆన్లైన్ లోకి రాగానే ఇప్పుడు ఈ గోటు మీటింగ్ లో ఎలా అయితే లాగిన్ అవుతానో, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నా యాప్ లో నేను లాగిన్ అయినప్పుడు హరీష్ విల్ గెట్ వన్ నోటిఫికేషన్, మహేష్ ఈస్ గివింగ్ ద క్లాస్, లెట్ us take. ఇమీడియట్లీ ద హరీష్ విల్ లాగిన్ అండ్ విల్ సీ. అంటే నో వన్ నీడ్ టు లాగిన్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఇవన్నీ సెక్యూరిటీ థింగ్స్ చాలా ఉంటాయి. ఏంటి, స్కైప్, తర్వాత ఈ గోటు మీటింగ్స్, ఇవన్నీ ఏంటంటే మీరు వేరే వాళ్ళ క్లాసెస్ వినాలంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు లాట్ ఆఫ్ పర్మిషన్స్ మనం కాన్ఫిగర్ చేసుకోవాలి వాటిని. సో లాట్ ఆఫ్ థింగ్స్ ఉంటాయి అనమాట. నా యాప్ ఏంటంటే మీరు ఎవరికైనా సరే ఎనీవన్ కెన్ బ్రాడ్కాస్ట్. మీరు ఏదైనా బ్రాడ్కాస్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు సార్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఐ వాంట్ గివ్ సమ్ మెసేజ్, మీ ఫోన్ ఇట్లా పెట్టుకుని మీరే బ్రాడ్కాస్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. మీకు ఎవరైనా ఫాలోవర్స్ ఉంటే చూసుకుంటారు. దిస్ ఈస్ ద థర్డ్ వన్. ఇంకా ఫ్రాంక్ గా చెప్పాలంటే ఆ కాన్సెప్ట్ నాకు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయడానికి మినిమం ఐ టేక్ 1 hour టైం. ఏంటి ఆ థర్డ్ యాప్ గురించి, అడ్వాంటేజెస్ ఏంటి, ఎక్కడెక్కడ ఉంటాయి, కమర్షియల్ గా ఎంత బెనిఫిట్ ఉంటుంది, నాన్ కమర్షియల్ గా ఎంత బెనిఫిట్ ఉంటుంది, ఈ ఐడియాస్ అన్ని నేను కంపెనీ బట్టి ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేద్దాం అనుకున్న ఐడియాస్ అన్ని ఉన్నాయి. బట్ అది జరగదు, ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఎప్పటికీ బయటికి రావు. ఓకే, సో అందుకేంటంటే ఐఎమ్ గివింగ్ దట్ ఐడియాస్ టు యూ ఇంప్లిమెంట్, బికాస్ యూ హ్యావ్ మోర్ ఎనర్జీ లెవెల్స్ దాన్ మీ, రైట్? కరెక్ట్ ఆర్ నాట్? హరీష్ మీకోసం ఎంత ఫేవర్ చేస్తున్నాడు తెలుసా? ట్యూస్డే మీకోసం హైదరాబాద్ బిర్యానీ పెట్టిస్తా అన్నాడు తెలుసా? కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. పాపం స్టూడెంట్స్ పాపం ఫీల్ అవుతున్నారు సార్ హైదరాబాద్ బిర్యానీ తినక. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద థర్డ్ యాప్. I will guide you. First, initially what you have to do is record some video in your phone, try to present that video at server. That is the first thing. అంటే థర్డ్ టీమ్ ఎవరైతే చేయాలనుకున్నారో ప్రాజెక్ట్, ఆ థర్డ్ టీమ్ ఏంటంటే First, do this research. If I am recording something on the device, how to present that one on the screen. That is the first thing. Antaraku chase chupiste, then I will guide you the next one. First 2 projects definitely avutayi boss. Hardly it will take nearly 4 to 5 days ante. నేను చేపిస్తా కదా బాస్. First 2 projects it will take hardly 4 to 5 days. The third project I don't know whether అది అవుతుందా కాదనే నాకే డౌట్ అనమాట. బట్ అయితే మాత్రం చాలా ఫీచర్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఇప్పుడు నేను క్లాస్ మార్నింగ్ అతను చెప్తున్నాడు, నాకేం వినపడలేదు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ గోటు మీటింగ్ లో ఉన్నాడు అనుకోండి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నా యాప్ లో ఇస్తున్నాడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మెసేజ్, డైరెక్ట్లీ ఐ లాగిన్ ఇన్ మై ఫోన్ అండ్ ఐ లిజన్ హిస్ క్లాసెస్. కరెక్ట్ ఆర్ నాట్? నేను ఇక్కడే కూర్చొని క్లాస్ లో కూర్చొని వెళ్ళాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు కదా. నేను బయట వెళ్ళి వినొచ్చు. బికాస్ ఓన్లీ వీ నీడ్ వాట్ phone we need. That's it. That is the third app. I'll see any other. ఇంకా ఏదైనా అదర్ యాప్స్ ఏదైనా చేయొచ్చామో చేద్దాం ఒకసారి. ఓకే, క్లాస్ లో విని వెళ్తే ఏం రాదు బాస్, ఫ్రాంక్ చెప్పాలంటే. వెన్ యూ స్టార్ట్ డూయింగ్ ఏ ప్రాజెక్ట్ యూ విల్ అండర్స్టాండ్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ థింగ్స్. యూ విల్ అండర్స్టాండ్. కరెక్టే కదా చెప్పండి? ఎట్ దట్ టైమ్ ఆటోమేటికలీ యూ విల్ సర్చ్, అంటే ఈ టాస్క్ ని ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయడానికి ఏం చేయాలి అని ఆటోమేటిక్గా మీరే సర్చ్ చేస్తారు. క్లాస్లో విని వెళ్ళామనుకోండి, ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ యువర్ రిక్వైర్మెంట్, రైట్? కరెక్ట్ ఆర్ నాట్? ఇది నీకు అవసరం, నీ అవసరం కాదు ఇది, అందుకే మనకు అవసరం లేదు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇది నీ అవసరం అనుకోండి, అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తారు? ఖచ్చితంగా సర్చ్ చేస్తారు. ఓకే, సో డెఫినెట్లీ ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ ఎనీవన్ ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్, డోంట్ గివ్ ద డైరెక్ట్ నేమ్స్ టు మీ. రాజేంద్ర విల్ టేక్ కేర్ ఆఫ్ దట్ పార్ట్. సో ఎవరు ఏ ప్రాజెక్ట్ లో దేన్ని డివైడ్ చేస్తారో తను డిసైడ్ చేస్తాడు. So every day we'll do some. So first task we'll do this caller tracking app. Okay, so caller tracking and parallelly we'll do the second one, that housing. Okay, the third one we'll see. I told you right initially, record some video, try to present that video on the screen. First do that research part, then after that I'll tell you how to do the remaining things. Okay. So this is the refresh method. Automatically it will refresh the page. Next, we'll discuss one more concept in Solid, that is session tracking. What is the last one? Session tracking. So mainly in this session tracking we have 4 concepts. One is hidden fields. Second thing is URL rewriting. URL writing, let us take. Third one is the cookies. Fourth one is the session. Then form fields. Hidden form fields, URL rewriting, and cookies and the sessions. Hidden form fields, URL writing, cookies and session. Mainly these concepts which is used to hold some data in your servlet. If you want to hold some data, you can go for hidden form fields, URL rewriting, cookies or sessions. Generally we never use these 2 things, the hidden form fields and the URL rewriting. We use either cookies we use or session we use. Why these 2 concepts? Which is used to hold some data in the servlet. If you want to hold some data in the servlet, we use either cookies concept or session concept. There is only one difference between cookies and sessions, that is cookie is generated at the server. Cookie is generated, where it will generate? Generate at the server, but it will maintain that cookie in a browser, I mean the client. It will generate at the server and maintain in the client. What is the second one? Session. Session, it will create at the server and it will maintain also at the server. That is only the difference. Cookie it will create at server but maintain at the client side. Session will generate at the server and will maintain also at the server. So we'll see how to maintain some data or how to store some data in the cookies and sessions. Okay. Or sometimes you will get some messages like in the session, in the web pages you will get some messages like your session is expired. Correct or not? Session is expired. What is the meaning of that statement? So you can specify some time limit. For example, if user is not interacted with your web application for the specified time, automatically the session is going to be expired. Okay. So here, let's see how to maintain the data in a cookies and session. So we'll create this page, we'll create this home gallery. Next. Login, register, home, gallery, contact us. So here at end display a message. For example, copyrights. For example, AP, SS, DC. I want to display this message at end of the screen. For every page, I want to display this message at end of the screen. On one page. Okay. When user is selected login, display the login page here. When user is selected register, registration page, home page, gallery, and contact us. We will develop this example as well as we will discuss the remaining two things, that session and cookies. When user is registered, we will maintain the data in a cookie. When user is selected login button, we will display, home page will display, but we will validate where the data is stored. Cookies will be stored. We'll see how to insert the data into cookie and how to read the data from cookie. Okay. So we'll develop this example. You need any break? Thanks for sharing. నాకు కాదు బాస్ మీకే వచ్చాయా ఎప్పుడు వస్తారు మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు మీకు బ్రేక్ వద్దనుకుంటే ఐ డోంట్ నో హౌ మచ్ టైమ్ ఇట్ విల్ టేక్ కరెక్ట్ అండ్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు క్రియేట్ హౌ మెనీ పేజెస్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు క్రియేట్ 5 HTML pages and we had to link for all things, correct or not? It will take some time, so that's a better take break and come. Shall we start? Okay. So we'll develop this example. Break is completed, boss. We'll start. So we have to create 3 HTML files. We have to create now. Not 3 HTML files. We have to create 2 HTML files. We have to create. This is one HTML file and this is another HTML file. And total we have to create how many servlets? 5 servlets we have to create. 5 servlets we have to create. Okay. 5 servlets, 2 HTML files, and select a register button. Store the data in the cookie, not in the database. Temporarily we'll store in the cookie. So we'll see how to insert the data into cookie and session. And when user is selected login button, read the data from the either from cookie or session. Okay. So first we'll create the HTML files, these 2 HTML files. Just for demonstration, I'll do one thing. I'll explain to you only 3 things: this login, registration, and home. Okay. So we'll create total 2 HTML files and 3 servlet classes. Okay. So first I'll create the HTML files by using this edit plus, because I'm familiar with edit plus for creating the HTML files. Okay. So we'll take on form. We'll take. Okay. Let us take initially. This is for login. When user is selected login button, I'm giving the action is what? Login I'm giving. So we had to design one login form. We had to design here. So first create a table. So we need 3 rows. We need one is for name and the password and the login button. Okay. Enter name. Create one text box. Give a name for the text box. Let us take that is the uname. Uname is the name I given. The other thing is, let us take enter password. Input type is equal to password. So create one submit button here. Value is equals to login. Okay. So see the form, how it will display. Enter name and the password. We created a login button. When user is selected login, it will call the URL. Which URL? /login URL it is going to call. Okay. This is one HTML file. This is one HTML file. Let us take the HTML file name is login.html. Okay. So we created one HTML file, that is login. And what is the next one? Second HTML file is, let us take registration. So listen, second one is what? So registration. Just save as this one. Save as a file, that is registration HTML file. Don't talk, boss. So first name in it. Next, what is the password you want to put? Next, what is the next one? Rest I will take some data of birth, some other parameters. What is the mobile number? Next, enter password. Let's take date of birth. What is the mobile number? Date of birth. Okay. Input type is equal to mobile number. And what is the last one? Let's take email. We'll take. Input type is equal to. Can we specify email directly? Okay. So email. So we'll test how it will display on the screen. We created one login created and we created one registration page we created. Okay. So save the file registration HTML file. Okay. So our final requirement is this one. When user is selected login button, display the login page. When user is selected register button, display the registration page. When user is selected home button, so display a message. Let us say some welcome to APSSDC like this. Okay. So we'll create one more HTML file. We'll create. Just otherwise rename this one. Just save as this. What is the HTML file name? Welcome. Welcome or home? Home. Home. So here we don't need of this form and everything. Just only simply I want to display one message I want to display. Welcome to AP SSDC. Okay. So next. So we had to create these two things, right? For this one also we had to create one HTML file we had to create, and for this one also we had to create one HTML file we had to create. So all these buttons we had to create one HTML file. Create a new HTML page. So I taken only one row I taken. Okay. 1 second. One table row and 5 columns. Okay. So we'll take 5 buttons here. Value is equals to, what is the first one? Login. small change. In place of these normal buttons, but the requirement is when user is selected login button, we had to display the login page. We had to display. We had to call which servlet? Login servlet. We had to call. Okay, remember that one. Login. Next, what is the next one? Register, home, gallery, and contact us. Home, login, registration, home, gallery, and contact us. Save this on. Let us take menu.html. What is the HTML? What is this HTML file? It's a menu.html. Submit here. When you click A space, if you use anchor tag here, if you use anchor tag, what will happen? It will forward to login.html. That's it, right? But menu should be same. Only I had to change the next one. I had to change. The frames is share. Is there any other alternative? We'll test. AHF is equals to so now when you click login button, completely it's forwarding to slash. So 1 second. I'm not calling the HTML. Just I'm checking whether I'm getting the URL / login or not. So here in the browser, when you deploy this one in the server, when you get /login, what will happen? It is going to call which servlet? Login servlet is going to call, right? I'm trying for that one. Okay. So what we got here? /login we got here. Okay. This logic will work. So we'll place all these things the same way. AHF is equals to, this is for what? This is register we specified. Okay. So close the anchor tag. Next. These are all the URLs we are specifying. Login, register and home. Okay. Okay. Next. Gallery. AHF is equals to, what is the next one? Contact us. And here slash. Okay. So we'll test the application. Just save this one. Just observe the URLs. When you select login here, it is calling what? Login. Of course, it's not displayed, but now when you deploy in the server, if you get slash login URL, we'll forward to login servlet. Okay. So if you get the request, from slash register, will display registration page will display. Okay. So this is one HTML file called menu. This is a menu HTML file. Okay. Next. So we created what? We created up to now, we created how many HTML files? We created HTML for login, for registration, for home we created, not for gallery, menu we created, and we had to create one more HTML file for this bottom one. We created all these things, login, registration, home, 3 separate HTML files for this one, and one HTML file for this menu. We had to create one more HTML file for this copyrights. Okay. So create one more HTML file at end. Just here display a message, that's it. Say this HTML. What is the HTML file name? Let us take, I given bottom, that's it. Bottom.html. Just we created HTML files we created. Only we created what? HTML files we created. Okay. So now what we'll do is we'll create a project we'll create. So create a project, file, new, select dynamic web project. So give one project name. Okay, name button was project name. Select next, okay. So don't forget to generate this web.xml, otherwise it's manually, it's difficult for you to create this web.xml. So we created a project, we created Harish Baby. So we created all the HTML files, right? Just copy all these HTML files. I created all the HTML files in this folder, this bottom, home, next login, menu, and registration. Copy all these HTML files, put all the HTML files in the project, in which folder we had to place all the HTML files? The web content folder, we had to place all the HTML files. So directly you can place in the web content folder. Directly we place all the HTML files we place. Now in the WebINF folder, okay. So we'll create a servlet. Initially we had to display one page, right? Initially we had to display one page or not? Yes. So we had to display one page. We had to display. We'll create one servlet. Will create. We'll create one servlet class we are creating. The servlet class name is main servlet. What is the servlet? Main servlet. The servlet class extends what? Extends. Which servlet you have to use? HTTP servlet or generic servlet? HTTP servlet, because we want to store the data into some cookies and sessions, right? That cookies and sessions concept is available in the HTTP servlet. Okay, so extends HTTP servlet. In this HTTP servlet, we had to provide the implementation for which method? Service method. Provide the implementation for the service method. So when you override this service method, you will get this super.service. Remove this super.service. So no need to call this one here. If you override this service method, automatically you will get what? Super.service method you will get. Override, just comment this one. We no need to call this super.service method. Otherwise you will get an exception you will get. If you keep that super.service. So here, for each and every, I'm writing one request dispatcher. I'm writing what? Request dispatcher. Dispatcher is equals to your request object dot request and the response. Request and what? Response. Request dot get request dispatcher of specify I given slash menu I given. What is the first one? Slash menu. So here your request dispatcher object to dot, what is the method name? Include is the method, your request object and response object. So in this servlet, first which one is going to be you will get menu screen you will get. After this menu screen, I'm creating one more servlet request dispatcher 1. Here I want to display home, I want to display HTML files, right? So HTML files in the sense that is specify menu dot HTML. Is it instead of specifying slash? In our last example, we specified slash HTML. Menu HTML, home HTML, request dispatcher 1, and what is the third one? Request dispatcher 2. What is the HTML? The third one? Bottom dot HTML. This is request dispatcher 2. Meaning if you call this servlet, you will get three screens you will get. The first one is the main screen, and after that home HTML you will get, then after that bottom HTML file you will get. The first one is main, menu screen, home screen, and bottom HTML you will get. So here we'll see. It's a servlet, right? It is a servlet. We have to configure the servlet in the web.xml or not? క్వశ్చన్ మార్క్ ఫేసెస్ కనిపిస్తున్నాయి బాస్, అర్థం కాలేదా? ఓవర్లోడ్ అయిందా? లాస్ట్ లో వాళ్ళు ఎంత కష్టపడుతున్నారో పాపం. వినపడట్లేదా మీకు? గంటన్నర సేపు అయిపోయిన తర్వాత మాకు స్నాక్స్ కూడా ఇవ్వలేదు సార్. నువ్వేమో బాగా బటర్ మిల్క్ వేసావు మళ్ళీ. సార్ మీకు వాయిస్ వినపడాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, జస్ట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ వాట్ ఐఎమ్ డూయింగ్, కరెక్ట్ ఆర్ నాట్? సో ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తున్నా అంటే సర్వ్లెట్ క్లాస్ లో ఐఎమ్ డూయింగ్, I taken on servlet, I'm importing 3 HTML files here. ఒకే స్క్రీన్ లో 3 HTML files డిస్ప్లే చేస్తున్నా. ఫస్ట్ వచ్చేసి మెనూ స్క్రీన్, ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ హోమ్ స్క్రీన్, దెన్ ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ ఫైనలీ బాటమ్ స్క్రీన్ ఐఎమ్ డిస్ప్లేయింగ్. It's a servlet, right? We had to configure the servlet in the web.xml or not? Yes. So we had to configure the servlet in the web.xml. మీకు చిన్న స్టోరీ చెప్పాలి బాస్. స్టోరీ అంటే స్టోరీ ఏం కాదు, స్టోరీలు అయిపోయినాయి ఇంకా. జనరలీ some people will ask, Mahesh, we need so and so person, do you have any contacts with you? జనరల్లీ చాలా కంపెనీస్ అడుగుతారు అనమాట. ఈవెన్ ఇప్పుడు మా హెచ్ఆర్ఏ ఉన్నాడు, నేను చెప్పాడు, మహేష్ వీఆర్ ప్లానింగ్ టు టేక్ 10 people ఫ్రెషర్స్, నీకు ఎవరైనా తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు ఉంటే రెఫర్ చేయండి అన్న. నేను ఎవరిని రెఫర్ చేస్తాను చెప్పండి? హరీష్ రెఫర్ చేస్తాను, అది గ్యారంటీ. డోంట్ గివ్ ద సిల్లీ ఆన్సర్స్, మార్కెట్లో జాబ్స్ లేవు అన్న ఒక ఎదవా ఆన్సర్ మాత్రం ఇవ్వద్దండి. జాబ్స్ చాలా ఉన్నాయి, కానీ మనం దానికి ఎలిజిబుల్లా కాదా ఒకసారి ఆలోచించుకోండి అంతే. సో ఐ ఆల్సో గివెన్ ఛాన్స్ ఫర్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, మీకు చిన్న కంపెనీస్లో ఏంటంటే వాళ్ళకి ఏదైనా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉంటే ఏ కాలేజ్కి వెళ్ళి క్యాంపస్కి వెళ్ళి రిక్రూట్ చేసుకోరు. ఫస్ట్ ఎవరికి ఛాన్స్ ఇస్తారంటే వాళ్ళకి తెలిసిన కాంటాక్ట్స్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి ప్రియారిటీ ఇస్తారు. క్యాంపస్ ప్లేస్మెంట్ సెలెక్ట్ అయినంత మాత్రం వాడే పెద్ద తోపేం కాదు, కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. మా ఫ్రెండ్స్ ఉంటారు సార్ హెచ్పిలో రిక్రూటర్స్ అనమాట. అంటే దే విల్ గో టు డిఫరెంట్ కాలేజెస్, దే విల్ రిక్రూట్ ద పీపుల్. కంపెనీలో పనిచేయడానికి ఒక గాడిద కావాలి బాస్. అంటే ఓపెన్ గా చెప్తున్నా, జనరల్ మేమేం మాట్లాడకుండా చెప్తున్నా, కంపెనీలో పనిచేయడానికి మనకు ఒక గాడిద కావాలి. ఇలానే మాట్లాడుకుంటారు తెలుసా. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఒకరిని తీసుకున్నంత మాత్రాన వీడికేదో అన్ని వచ్చని కాదు, మనం వెళ్ళి చూసిన వాటిలలో వీడు కొంచెం బెటర్ అంతే తప్ప అందరికంటే వీడి పెద్ద తోపు కాదని కాదు. ఇంకా ఫ్రాంక్ గా చెప్పాలంటే అని కాదు. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు లెసన్ ఆఫ్ ద స్టోరీ ఏంటంటే, ఇప్పుడు నన్ను ఇంప్రెస్ చేశారనుకోండి ఎట్లా కోడింగ్ లో, డెఫినెట్ గా నేను తీసుకుంటాను బాస్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నాకు అనిపించింది అనుకో, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ హీఈస్ అ హార్డ్ వర్కర్, తను చేస్తున్నాడు అనుకుంటే డెఫినెట్లీ ఐ విల్ గివ్ ద పాత్. మీరు అనుకుంటున్నారేమో వీళ్ళ చేతులు ఏమి ఉండవు అని, అన్ని మా చేతిలోనే ఉంటాయి బాస్. ఎన్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ కంపెనీస్ ఆర్ దేర్ ఇన్ మై హ్యాండ్స్. దే విల్ కాల్, మహేష్ we need so and so person, we need so and so person, do you have any contacts? నేను రెఫర్ చేసే పీపుల్ చాలా తక్కువ, ఎందుకంటే రెఫర్ చేసామనుకోండి కంపెనీ రేపొద్దున వాడు పని చేయకపోతే మనం తిట్టుకుంటాడు బాస్, కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. సో హీఈస్ అ పర్సన్ ఫ్రమ్ మహేష్, కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. మహేష్ రెఫరెన్స్ నుంచి వచ్చాడు, ఏం పని చేయట్లేదు, ఏం చేయాలి, కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. సో జనరలీ అందరినీ రెఫర్ చేయము, కాంటాక్ట్స్ ఉన్నా కూడా రెఫర్ చేయం తెలుసా, సొంత బంధువులు ఉన్నా కూడా రెఫర్ చేయము. ఎందుకు అంటే ఫ్యూచర్లో ఇలాంటి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వస్తాయని. వాడు పని చేయలేదనుకో ఆ బ్యాడ్ నేమ్ ఎవరికి వస్తుంది? నాకు తెలియనివాడికైనా నేను రెఫర్ చేస్తా, ఇఫ్ ఐ ఫీల్ హీఈస్ అ హార్డ్ వర్కర్. ఓకే, సో దిస్ ఈజ్ ఆన్ సర్వ్లెట్. we had to configure this servlet in the manifest.xml file. So open this web.xml. Web.xml file. ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ వచ్చిన ప్రతి పీపుల్ అంటే చిన్న కంపెనీస్లో పనిచేసే వాళ్ళు నెక్స్ట్ దే టార్గెట్ ఈస్ ఎంఎన్సీ. అంటే నెక్స్ట్ నేను ఒక ఎంఎన్సీ కంపెనీ నేను జాబ్ తెచ్చుకోవాలి, ఎందుకంటే ఎంఎన్సీలో అయితే ఎక్కువ కష్టపడాల్సిన అవసరం లేదని. I have one friend called Shekhar Dikshit. He is the vice president for Accenture. Accenture is one of the number one company. Correct or not? For example, one of the number one company in one of the number one IT company now. He is one of the vice president for Accenture. He given an offer 16 lakh per annum, boss. He given an offer for 16 lakh per annum. But I told only one thing. నేను అసెంచర్కి వస్తాను కరెక్టే, నా పైన ఎంతమంది ఉంటారు? నా పైన ఒక మేనేజర్, ప్రాజెక్ట్ మేనేజర్, వాడి పైన ఇంకొక మేనేజర్, డెలివరీ మేనేజర్, వాడి పైన ఇంకొక మేనేజర్. కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. సో నేను ఏంటంటే ఒక నార్మల్ ఎంప్లాయీ లాగా బతకాలి. మార్నింగ్ 9 o'clock ఆఫీస్కి వెళ్ళామా, 6 o'clock వచ్చామా, సో ఎవ్రీ మంత్ శాలరీ వచ్చిందా, ఎంజాయ్ చేసామా, అంతే. కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. బట్ నాకంటే ఒక రికగ్నేషన్ ఉండదు. కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. నేను పనిచేసే కంపెనీ ఉంటుంది, నా కింద ఒక 10 మంది ఉంటారు. ఐఎమ్ ద బాస్ ఫర్ ద 10 people. నేను వాళ్ళని రూల్ చేస్తా. నాకు అసెంచర్లో ఆ ఛాన్స్ ఇస్తావా? నాకంటే పైన 10 years పీపుల్ ఉంటారు, 15 years పీపుల్ ఉంటారు. నేను వాళ్ళు ఈ పని చేయి ఆ పని చేయి చెప్పలేను కదా. ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాం అనుకో, చిన్న కంపెనీ అనుకో, రికగ్నేషన్ చాలా ఎక్కువ. సబ్జెక్ట్ ఉన్నోడు ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు చాలా మంది ఏంటంటే పెద్ద పెద్ద కంపెనీస్ లో వర్క్ చేసి ఎక్కువ రోజులు ఉండలేదు కదా, బయటికి వచ్చేస్తారు కంపెనీస్ నుంచి. ఎందుకు వచ్చేస్తారు చెప్తారా? ఒక సర్టెన్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ వచ్చాక వాళ్ళు కంపెనీస్ లో వర్క్ చేయడానికి ఇష్టపడరు. ఎందుకు చెప్పండి? దే డోంట్ వాంట్ టు వర్క్ ఫర్ అదర్స్. కరెక్ట్ అన్నట్టు. నేనేంటి ఇంకోటి కింద పని చేయడం అంటే నా ఫీలింగ్ వస్తుంది. చిన్న కంపెనీస్ ఏంటంటే మీకు ఆ ప్రాబ్లం ఉండదు. యు ఆర్ ద బాస్. కరెక్ట్ అన్నట్టు. You will get the people will give very good importance in beginning company, I mean medium level companies. So అందుకే మీడియం లెవెల్ కంపెనీస్ తో వర్క్ చేస్తాం. ఇదంతా ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నా అంటే, ఇఫ్ ఐ ఫీల్ యు ఆర్ ద హార్డ్ వర్కర్, ఐ విల్ రెఫర్ బాస్, డెఫినెట్లీ ఐ విల్ రెఫర్. ఓకే, సో ఆ ఇంప్రెషన్ కనుక ఇవ్వగలిగితే ఇట్స్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ. సో నాకు కూడా ఏంటంటే, నాకు కూడా ఒక రిసోర్స్, నా దగ్గర కూడా ఒక రిసోర్స్ ఉంది, నేను ఫీల్ అవుతా. So configure the servlet in the web app by web app. Servlet. Each and every servlet we have to configure in the servlet, and servlet mapping by servlet mapping. The servlet tag we have to configure what? Servlet name, servlet class. Servlet name and URL pattern. So specify the servlet name. Let us take my servlet name is main servlet. Specify the name, same name here also. Main servlet. You have to specify the URL. Let us take, I am giving /main. Meaning if the URL from /main, if the URL from /main invoke this main servlet, you have to specify the class. What is the name of that class? What is the name? Main servlet. Is it mandatory of specifying dot class? No, right? No need to specify any dot class. So we created a servlet, and we already configured that servlet in the web.xml. We'll test this servlet. So app is deployed. So this is our project slash. When you by using which URL you will get the main servlet main. You have to call Harish baby slash main. Why? I think the project is not deployed. Redeploy again. So you got the main page. Next, which one is invoke? This is home. And this is the third one. Okay. So now we have to write the logic for all these things. When user is selected login button, display login page. When user is selected registration page, and this is already home page. We already created the home. We already created. So meaning when user is selected login page, when user is selected login button here, this main page should be same. This main page should be same. You have to display what? Login. When user is selected login, main page is same. Then after that display login, and below of that the HTML file, copyrights. Okay. So for this one also we have to create one more servlet we have to create for login and for registration. Okay. So we'll create two servlets. We'll create one is for login and one more thing for registration. Create a new class login servlet. Login servlet extends what? Extends HTTP servlet. This is only for displaying purpose. We have to provide the implementation for which method? The service method. But don't override this service method. So what do you have to write here? The same logic you have to write. These three lines of logic is same. Correct or not? But in place of this home.html, what you will get? Login.html. Request object and the response object. So we have to create one more servlet, but we have to change the path right here. We need to change any path. We have to create one more servlet. We have to create, that is for registration. Create one more servlet for registration servlet. Registration servlet extends HTTP servlet. Provide the implementation for service method. So here in place of this home.html, rega, what is the HTML file name? Registration.html. తగ్గాలనుకున్నాను తగ్గలేకపోతుంది. ఓకేనా? What is the HTML file name we created? Register. register antena. So now we created two servlets we created, right? We had to configure these two servlets in the web.xml file. Open the web.xml file and configure the servlets. But have you remember what is the path we given? The HTML file name is registration. Registration.html is the HTML file we given. In the URL is specified. So here, open this login page. When you click login button, which URL is going to call? One second. Login servlet and the registration servlet. In the web.xml file, we had to configure each and every servlet we had to configure in the web.xml. So this is for what? We'll give a name for this one. It is login servlet. So here, what is the class name? Login servlet. And this is you can give any name here, boss. You can give any name you can configure, but here you have to specify the servlet's class name, whatever the class you given. Register servlet, and what is the class name we given? Registration servlet. Okay. But in the menu page, what we configured in the menu? Open this menu.html. When you click login button, login is specified, and here we specified what? Register we specified. So here in the web.xml file, what is the URLs we had to specify? Login and register. The request from /register, which page you have to display? Registration servlet we have to display. To configure here. Next, what is the next one? The request from login. The request from login servlet we have to display. Okay. So when you click login button in the menu bar, when you click login button, we already configured the path. What the path we given? Login. So it is going to call this /login. Login servlet will invoke. When you get the request from register, registration servlet will invoke. So main page is displayed. Now when you select login button, you got the login page, main menu screen, and the login HTML file, and the bottom screen. When you select registration, the top menu screen is seen, only it is replaced. The middle one, registration page, the bottom one. Home we are not configured. We had to change. In place of that home, what we specified? Here in the menu screen, in place of this home, what is the name we specified for the servlet? Main, right? In place of home we displayed main we specified. Anyway, it will come. Okay. So this is the servlet page. When user is selected login button, login HTML file we got here. When user is selected registration HTML file we got here. Now the requirement is when user is selected a registration button, here we have to change the button text, we'll change that one. When user is selected registration button, what we have to do? We had to store the data into cookie. When user is selected register button here, store the data into what? Where you had to store the data? In cookie we had to store the data. Then after that, display the login page. What is the requirement? When user selects register button, store the data into cookie. Okay. Next, when user selects after registering or after storing the data into cookie, immediately display which page? Login page. Okay. So this is a requirement. Where you have to write the logic? Not in the registration and not in the login. So open this registration.html. In this registration.html, when user is select this button, when user select this submit button, to which URL we are forwarding here? Register. What will happen when you forward to registration? Register. Again, you will get the same register page. You will get, right. Do one thing. I'm giving one more name. I'm giving, that is register processing. What is the URL I given? Register processing. Meaning in the HTML file, in the registration HTML file, when you click the register button, it is going to call which URL? Register process. Let us take register process. And same thing we had to change for login also. The login.html file, when user is selected login button, to which URL we have to forward? Login underscore process. The login underscore process and register underscore process. So we had to create two more servlets. We had to create how many servlets? Two more servlets we had to create. One is for registration process, one more for login process. So okay, we had to create two more servlet classes we had to create. That is registration process. So registration process extends what? Extends HTTP servlet. Provide the implementation for the service method. Don't override the super.onCreate. In this HTTP servlet, for this HTTP servlet, from where you will get the data? From registration HTML you will get the data. In this registration HTML file, we are 5 parameters here. What are the 5 parameters? The username, password, date of birth, mobile number and email ID. We are passing these 5 input parameters. We are passing to which servlet? Registered process servlet. We are passing all these things. So in the registration process, how to get the input parameters from the HTML file? That should have been seen, right? How to get the input parameters? Request.get parameter. Just for the naming convention, I am changing these two names, request and response. Request dot, what is the method name? Get parameter. What is the name we given? Username. What is the next one? Password, mobile number, date of birth and email. Okay. So we have to get all these parameters. We have to get username, password, date of birth, mobile number, email. First check whether the names we specified correct or not. Otherwise you will get exception. You will get uname, pass, date of birth, mobile number and email. Okay, check here. The same names we given. The uname, pass, date of birth, mobile number and email. Okay. So now what we have to do? From the registration HTML file, you will get all these details into this servlet. We had to store all these things in the in the cookie. We had to store all these things. Where you had to store all these things? In the cookie, we had to store all these things. How to get the cookie? So create an object for cookie is equals to new cookie. We had to specify what is the key and what is the value. What you had to specify? What is the key and what is the value? So let us take keys. Username is the key. What is the key? Username. We had to specify the value, right? Okay. One second. We had to create 5 cookies. We had to create. So one is this is name underscore c, name cookie, and because it will store the data in a key comma value page, right? This is password cookie and date of birth. Date of birth, next, mobile number, okay. Save it. So we had to give the name for all these things. The first one is a name and second one is what? Password. Next, DOB. Next, mobile number. Next, what is the next one? Email. So username, password, date of birth, mobile number, and email. So now we stored all the details in cookie. We stored all the details. What is our requirement? After storing the data into cookies, what we had to do? Next, we had to display the login page. We had to display. How to display that login page? Login page or login servlet? Login servlet we had to display. How to forward another servlet? We had to create an object for request dispatcher. Request dispatcher RD is equals to, what is the method name? Your request object dot get request dispatcher, specify the URL. What is the URL we specified for login page? Login. We had to use include method or forward method you had to use? We had to use include or forward? Forward, because in case of HTML they only use include. In case of dynamic servlet, forward to forward. Okay. The request dispatcher object dot, what is the method name? Forward. The request object and the response object. The request object and the response object. So after storing the data into cookie, it will forward to which URL? Login. The URL, if the URL is /login, which page will display? Login servlet page it will display. Okay. I told you, right? Cookie means what? Cookie is which is used to hold some value, okay, which is generated at the server and which will maintain in the browser. Which is generated at the server and will maintain the cookie in the browser. Okay. So meaning it will maintain this username, password, date of birth, and all these things. It will not maintain in the server. It will maintain in your browser. It will maintain. Okay. Once if you close the browser, it will clear. Okay. So we'll test the application. So if you want to get the first page, what is the URL? Main is the URL. Main is the first page. Okay. So here first select what? Registration. Get the registration page. Again and password. Huh? Password అని చెప్పు. నా పేరు నా డేట్ ఆఫ్ బర్త్ సార్. Select what? Register. Once we select register button, we created a servlet, but we are not configured that servlet in the web.xml. Okay. So open the web.xml. Open the web.xml. Here we have to configure the servlet. We have to configure. We have to configure two servlets, right? What is the name we given? You can give here. You can give any name. One is login process is one servlet name. Login process. What is the class name we given? We given two servlets, right? Okay. So we'll configure only for registration process. We'll configure. Okay. So here, place of this login process, configure only some register process. Here, what is the servlet name? Registration process. So we need to configure. So we have to configure the URL pattern. We have to configure. See what is the name we given for the servlet? Register process. So we had to configure on servlet mapping. You have to configure. Register process. What is the URL we given? Register underscore process. So we'll test the app. Main.html. Select registration. Fill all these details. Harish, Keertana. Keertana, date of birth. Previous का रोजान बैठा है ना. టైం లేదు, టైం ఉంటే నైట్ పెట్టేవాళ్ళం. నా ఫోన్ నెంబర్ చెప్పు. సో సక్సెస్ఫుల్లీ రిజిస్టర్డ్. ఎప్పుడైనా చూసాను నీ లైఫ్లో ఇట్లా వచ్చిందా పేరు ఇట్లా? రాలేదు కదా? Successfully it stored the data in the cookie. What is the next one you have to do? So here, give the name and password. When you click login, get the data from the cookie, whether the value is available in the cookie or not. Check the value in the cookie. The value is available, whatever the value is specified. If this value and the cookie value both are same, then forward to which page? Home page you have to forward, right? So we have to create one more solid we have to create, that is login process solid we have to create. We are creating one more solid, that is login process. Same. Extends HTTP solid, provide the implementation for service method, from where you will get the data for this one, from which HTML file you will get the data, register or login? Login, what is the URL given? Login process. When you click this login button in the login HTML file, it is going to invoke this login process. You will get two parameters, right? What are the two parameters? Username and password. The login process, you will get two parameters. You will get one is string, name is equals to your request object dot specify two parameters. One is request object, another one is the response object. Request object dot get parameter of what is the name we given? Uname. Password. Request object dot get parameter of password. You'll get two things. The username and password you will get from the login HTML file we got. Next we had to check whether these two values are available. The user given values are available in the cookies or not. Yes, we had to check the user given values are available in the cookies or not. These user given values are available in the cookies. We had to forward to which page? The welcome page you had to forward. So how to get the cookies value? There is the method called get cookies is the method. The request object dot what? Get cookies is the method. See what return type of this method. I think here also we had to put into request object, I think. Once again, I'm making a request to Google Tally how to add the cookies. Google లో చూస్తానేమో అనుకోదు, బికాస్ అన్ని గుర్తు పెట్టుకోవాలంటే కష్టం కదా. కరెక్ట్ అన్నాడు. we created cookies. We had to add that cookie to response object. We had to add. How to read the cookies? How to read the cookies? Directly we can get name and get value. So which object we had to add? We created cookies. We created cookies, but we are not added the cookies. Correct or not? So we had to add all these cookies to the response object. Response object dot add cookie. The name cookie we had to add. Name cookie. Pass cookie. Next. Date of birth. Mobile number and email. We added the cookie to response object. We forwarded to login page. We forwarded. For reading the data, request object only, right? Response object. Request object dot get cookies is the method. So the login process servlet. The login process servlet request dot get cookies. Harish, changes now. Request object dot get cookies. What is the return type of this method? It's a cookie array. Okay. Cookies is equal to request dot get cookies. You will get all the list of cookies from them. But we need only two things, right? How many cookies are there? That many times this you will get all the list of cookies, boss. It's an array, right? Correct or not? It may contain multiple things. So here we'll take two more string values. We'll take here. We'll take two more string values. Let us take this is a value from, or let us take name from cookie. What is the next one? Name from cookie, and the next one is password from cookie. The name from cookie and password from cookie. All the list of 5 minutes will close. దానికోసం వెయిటింగ్ దానికోసమే కదా కాదా మరి ఎందుకు మాట్లాడుతున్నారా హరీష్ కంటే లేదు మీకు కూడా లేదా అండి అదే బాస్ ఓపిక లేదన్నా నేను కూడా హరీష్ రేపు నుంచి ఇక్కడ కూర్చో నేను చెడగొట్టేస్తాను వాళ్ళంతా నీ ఒక్కడి వల్ల అంత డిస్టర్బ్ అవుతుంది తెలుసా క్లాస్ అంతా అయినా నిన్ను ఎవరు రమ్మన్నారు ఇక్కడికి అసలు హ్యాపీగా ఫస్ట్ రూమ్ లో కూర్చోవచ్చు కదా ఖాళీగా నా కోసం వచ్చా అంటే అర్థాలు మారిపోతాయి క్లాస్ కోసం వచ్చా అని చెప్పు క్లాస్ కోసమే కదా సో you'll get all the list of cookies you'll get all the list of cookies and we stored all the list of cookies in one array we stored. Okay, we don't know how many cookies are available, right? So we'll write it one for loop. I is equals to 0, I less than cookies dot length I plus plus. Get the individual cookie and get the cookie name. You can get the name of the cookie also. Get the individual cookie and get the name. The name is equals with the whatever the name we specified at the time of adding the data. Get the individual cookies. Cookies of I dot get name. If this name is equals with if cookies dot I dot First I'll write, then I'll explain you. So at the time of adding the data to the cookie, what is the name we given for the cookie? See here, registration process. At the time of adding the data to the cookie, what is the name we given? Uname and the password. These are the key we given, or this is the name. This is a name for a cookie. Okay. At the time of reading the data, because other cookies are also there, name, password, department, different cookies are there. So here in the login process, so here if it is equals with the username and if it is equals with the password. There are other things are there, but I don't want other things. Only I need the username and password. If it is reading the data from the username, the name from cookie is equals to what? The name from cookie is equals to, we need the value from the cookie or not? Come on, boss. I need the value from the cookie. So cookies of I dot, yeah, value. And here, what is the next one? Password from cookie is equals to cookies of I dot get value. Nothing was, we stored in the registration process, we stored the data in the cookie. Now I am reading the data from the cookie, but in the cookie it contains multiple other values also there. But I don't want to read the other things, only I need the username and password. We got the two things from the cookies, only the username and password. We stored the two values into one string variables, name from cookie and the password from cookie. The user given values are available. The user given values are available here. The user given values are name and password. The values from cookie is what? Name from cookie and the password from cookie. Now we have to write the logic. Just we have to test whether these two things are equal or not. Which one? Name dot equals ignore case. This is equals with the name from cookie, and what is the next one? Password dot equals ignore case. If this is equals with pass from cookie, meaning the user given value and the value from the cookie both are same. Right? Is giving an error. Okay. This is asking you have to initialize. You have to initialize these two things. Otherwise, you will get null, right? The user given value and the value from the cookie. These two are same. What we had to do? We had to forward to which page? Home page we had to forward. So we had to use request dispatcher. This equals to your request object dot get request dispatcher. What is the name we given? Home or main? Main we given. You had to specify slash or no need? So request dispatcher dot include or forward? Forward. Request object and response object. So we'll test the app. Harish baby. So main. Once again, we have to call the register because we reloaded the server, right? Correct or not? So where the cookie is created? Cookie is created at the server. It is maintained at the browser, but we reloaded that server, so it will remove that one. So once again, we have to register and check. Babu City Bargo. Nuve City Bargo ante. Password? Kirtanana? Harisha? Sumara favorite student, huh? ఏదో ఇచ్చేస్తున్నా. I given some dummy details. Bhargav I given, second I given my name, Mahesh. Okay. Select register here. Registration is completed. Login page we got here. Give the username and password. What is the password we given? Bhargav and Mahesh. We created a servlet. We had to configure the servlet in the web.xml. So it is what? It's a login process. What is the servlet name we given? Login process. This is the name I given for our servlet. Login process. Login underscore process. So we'll test again. Select registration. I'm giving some details. Select register button to forward to registration page. So here give whatever the name and password you given. Given Mahi and Hari given. So select login. Okay. So welcome to AP SSTC. Okay. So we stored the data in the cookies we stored. One more thing is there, right? What is another one? Session tracking is another one. How to maintain the data in a session. Shall we continue? So practice up to this. Okay. So I need one more session, meaning not complete session, a half an hour session to discuss listeners and filters in servlets. If you discuss those two topics, listeners and filters, we can close servlets and we can start JSP. JSP will not take much time. Hard it will take one session. We can close the JSP. Okay. So I need two more sessions to close this core Java. To close this advanced Java, then we can start the Android. Okay. So thank you. Today's task is also whatever I am developing in the classroom, if you show the output in your laptop, that is a big task for you. కొత్తగా ఏం చేయాలని చెప్పని చెప్పట్లా, క్లాస్ రూమ్ మనం ఏదైతే చేసామో సేమ్ అదే ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు అవుట్పుట్ చూపిస్తే చాలు. ఎనీవే దే ఆర్ ప్లేసింగ్ ద కోడ్ ఇన్ ద సర్వర్. ప్రతిరోజు చేస్తున్నారు కదా సార్? Not even MySQL was. We already discussed XML, right? Correct or not? If you are interested, you can maintain the data in XML also. In place of that MySQL or whatever the connection logic we are writing, in place of the database logic, put your XML logic. We already discussed, right? To maintain the data in XML, you no need to install any software. You need to install. మార్నింగ్ అదే పెద్ద కొత్త చెప్పినట్టు XML అంటే ఏంటి, JSON అంటే ఏంటి, XSD అంటే ఏంటి, మార్నింగ్ యూజ్ దోస్ టర్మినాలజీస్ ఆర్ నాట్. మీకు అవన్నీ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేసామా లేదా? బ్లాంక్ ఫేసెస్ పెట్టారండి మార్నింగ్, చెప్పారా? వెనక్కి వినపడలేదా? ఓకే, నేను చాలాసార్లు చెప్పాను కదా, డోంట్ గివ్ ద సిల్లీ ఆన్సర్స్. ఇఫ్ యూ ఆర్ ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్, డెఫినెట్లీ you'll find the n number of ways was. Correct or not? XML is an option. Otherwise, store the data in an array list. We can maintain the data in array list or not? Don't maintain the data in database first. Maintain the data in array list at least. You have to understand the concept. That's it. Okay. So you're in a pen drive, copy chesista. If you are interested, take the example. Otherwise, me stop.